Okay, cool. So we are now back live. We're back, everybody. It'll probably take a couple minutes for anyone who was watching the last stream to come over and watch this. I don't know what we can fill that time with. Josie Ann, do you want to just go around and kind of introduce the people who are in the room?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that would be a challenge, but anyway, so we'll start with you. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello, I'm Mediha, and I love poetry. I'm Josie and friends. I brought my friends, Ireland, friend Tessa, and Emily. And their relationship is really fun.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Could you stand up closer to the mic?
We did ask to check, Katie. Okay, I'll come round. So, you, no.
My name is Mediha, and I love poetic living, so that's why I'm here. I think poetry is a big part of life. It's not just this thing we do aside. So here's to poetic living. I won't be sharing anything, but I'll be with a heart and then here.
Yeah.
Great. Can I go this way?
Yeah, go for it.
Katie, can you hear us?
Yep.
This is live streaming now, so they'll record this as well. Introduce yourself.
We did, yes.
This is a different link.
Yeah.
It's different people.
My name is Majid Abdurrahman.
Yeah. Uh-oh, you muted. No more. Okay. It's all good. Yeah, good.
You good? You good?
Yep.
Can you close that window?
No, there's no window. Okay, so
my name is Kat. I'm Polish originally, but I'm kind of a nomad. I wrote the first poem when I was 7, when I overheard the conversation of my grandpa talking how he should have died during the war, but he treated it, and I was not supposed to hear that.
Thank you. Saxton.
Hi, how are you? I'm Saxton. I'm from the States. I do poetry, vibe, because I spit hot fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm Anne. I study literature. What I do, poetry is what got me into that.
Wow. Thank you.
All right, you're gonna need to be closer. All right.
Hello, I'm Hassan. I have a long-standing fascination and appreciation for poetry, although I don't write it. I can't understand it.
Okay, I'm Carolyn.
A bit louder. A bit louder.
My name is Carolyn. I listen to Aman, and I don't really do poetry usually. I'm more of a prose person. But here I am.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you for coming.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm Luciane.
Hello.
This crazy project. I've been writing poetry for maybe 5 years, spoken word poetry. And we have a wonderful habit of just every time I begin to speak or someone performs poetry, the Adhan begins to do the call to prayer every single time. Sounds like that, guys. Don't believe that. I don't know if you can hear the Adhan.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I think it's
That's new one for me.
But anyway, it is. currently. Right, so that's who I am, Jusian. Actually, can I? Oh, you can't.
Alright.
So I'll think of the word.
So what is the next stage in our process?
We've got maybe I'll call her cat, magic infection, or this. Hang on. This is not it. So that's good. It was reading from your phone. I'm gonna read it.
Great. Carl, what's the ETA on the rest of our poets?
I've heard nothing from them. So I'm going to make the assumption that we are on our own for this section. Haven't heard from Lion Mouths, haven't heard from Megan, and Sean, as I said, is going to be doing the later open mic. So it looks like this is it.
All right. Well, then let us create our own party then. Woo! Right. Well, okay.
Let me just call. Hold on, Katie, just quickly.
Yep.
Right.
I'm ready to go.
We're here for until 10. If you want to go first? Yeah, go first.
No, I'm just going to the process.
Okay, so first, maybe I can swap with you. So I wanted to read a different one about a gathering that I just come back from. But I don't know I think I'm thinking about why Katie, you can hear us fine? No. Carl, can you hear us?
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah, I'd move a little closer to the mic though.
Yeah. Yeah. Can you hear us better now?
Yeah, that's better.
For the love of God, Katie, it's better now.
All right. Yeah. What? No. I mean, everybody who isn't where Josiane is, your voices are very, very garbled right now.
This is in the beginning, when the Jordanians from the charity called British School Communities came to stay with my flatmates me for a week, I tried to keep my distance. I mean, I actively wrote myself out of their activity, like, no, go on, thank you, go on without me. Actually, I hope they wouldn't take it personally, but I had avoided this charity called British School Communities because I really and truly did not want to believe me. I knew what they mean, but you see, I wanted to find someone who builds bridges within and between the multiple faces and fears and needs and emotions that I had buried deeply. You know, this is mysteries within me. At the time, I had just started to solve the mystery that was my mother's family history and what it meant for me. And I was actually desperately trying to read coherency through the tapestry of my father's controversial and complicated and negatively implicated ethnic and religious Middle Eastern history. He was a poet. I was constantly trying to reconcile where I came from and who I was and what I believed and what I wanted to be. And the Jordanians were only stimulating the process I wanted to reject because I just wasn't there. For example, I never thought I was the type to live adventurous. I much preferred safety and predictability. Control was my currency, and so I lived subsistence. But more deeply, I could appreciate that a better way to innovate is to welcome and not to harm me, than messy openly. So I called my mom as I made the decision to fly to the Middle East, following an invitation from the Jordanians. And so would you believe that in only 8 days I packed up my home for an adventure to become my reality? I knew that if I stopped to think, I'd take in the anticipated dangers and difficulties. It was scary. But as with anything risky, I underestimated the gravity of gut instinct to put me in sync, to get me to think that regret was more unpleasant than risk. And I think I regret not going to the land where the world's stories began. And I heard them firsthand. They reflected all the flaws and all the beauty of humanity, all the birth and the death and the ideology, and the love and the loss and the fears and loyalty, all the friends and family and communities, all the hypocrisies, all the confused sincerities, all the brutality and all the fragility. And I regularly met the frustration of questions, conventions, and imposed constraints of myths and stories and paradigm debates, of culture clashes and communication challenges, and all that goes well with travel when travel is done right. Here in Jordan, I've learned that the burden of secrecy. I've come back into once more in the mystery. I've traced the stories of the small in all their unapologetic and marvelously hospitable communities. I marvel at how empty I found the complex magnificency of this land's landmarks, sites, and histories. Instead, I connected with glory and landscape, humanity, self-discovery. I would say that adventure and minimal itinerary. I've also learned that the stories of most meaning are both authentically and presently and creatively and intelligently and intuitively connect activity and vulnerability. I would strongly argue that bridges need to be built internally before being extended any more widely. Otherwise, the stories are told in rhetoric. I've also learned that bridges are being shaped endlessly, and that their construction is not about a definitively concrete destiny as a destination of identity or solidarity or security. The things bridges are built between is as important to critique as it is to build the actual connection. For me, bridge stories are journey. The walk your own by finding. Thank you.
Question.
Yeah?
Before you go, could you swivel the laptop towards her? Yeah, could you swivel the laptop towards you? Or turn the laptop? Yeah.
Yeah, well, because I think they want to see like the person who's performing, you know, and they song. But I also want to do that. You know.
Yeah, it feels good there. Can you hear her? Can you say something? Yeah? Can you hear?
I can hear you.
I can hear.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah. There we go. Yep. Loud and clear. Yeah. Great. Go for it.
And this is the poem I wrote months ago. This poem for some beautiful, strong souls I met in the detention center in Israel. This is the euthanasia for prison. It's called illegal. I don't know the great here. It was a good job. Every night, the way it keeps out enough corpses for him to collect
Uh-oh.
to the other side. War.
Oh no. Y'all are freezing up.
Thank you.
Y'all are freezing up. Yeah. Oh, okay. Y'all. Okay.
How about now?
We're good. We're good. Yeah.
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine.
You're fine now. Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Technology.
All right. Enough corpses to say for paralyzed to be an artist. The war guys does not need painters, but employees of the cemetery. So Haruna sold his paintbrush and bought a shovel. One night, he drank. The sea dried out. He walked on the bottom, finding swollen bodies wrapped in plastic. Haruna was opening them like fish from the supermarket. Underneath the foil, there were euro notes tied with the skin like tattoos. He was collecting telling him that his dream is illegal. He doesn't have permission for a miracle. Go back where you belong. But Karuna is only not good.
Oh. That was sudden.
Yeah. Well, now that oh, there we go. Come on, Wi-Fi. Woo!
Are you back with us?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay. I imagine they're going to keep trying. Alrighty then.
Have you gotten any contact from
No, no one's got in touch, which is only mildly frustrating.
Yeah.
I'm just going to go and shut the door for a second.
Yeah.
Ah! All right, we're going to need a rallying call after this because I am like bone deep. Hello, are you back with us? Hey,
Hi.
we can see you.
Uh-oh. Oh, okay.
Do you guys want
Yeah,
to turn off
no.
the webcam? It sometimes makes the sound quality better.
Okay. Cool. So
Yeah.
I'm still not sure what to do.
Well, okay. Since the audio is still
Yeah.
iffy, maybe it would help if you turned off the webcam and just had the microphone running.
Right, try now.
No, you just put it on.
Yeah.
Right,
Okay.
can you
So
hear us
can you hear us?
better?
Please still hear you.
Yeah,
Can you hear us?
it's still quite cluttered. The rest of the room definitely needs to be quiet, but that's a lot better and a lot clearer and a lot louder.
Yeah.
Okay. So I wrote this a while ago, so I guess this is what I'll do. I usually write my answers. Alright, sometimes I feel like I've been dreaming. Waking up in the middle of the night with cold sweat from freezing. Trying to, and then with the snap of a finger, they're gone like a changing of seasons. Like I'm chasing a goal without conscious reason. Trying to transpire to fire and aspire to be higher. Which is weird, because I'm only inspired by turmoil and trial. It's feeling like a perpetual cycle, which means I can't be happy. Which means I'm content. Confined to the confines of my own mind with no reason to transcend. Blind to the divine law of men. Led by trivial matters, chasing some new trends involved with no flight. Because the struggle in. Figure this shit with no spine, why every sort of a few friends, a few folks and snakes, they shed their own skin. That's why we go inside, because God is within. Encouraged not to find without the presence of fear, mirror the most high. Scared of our own death, we're afraid we might not fly, but we still fly. And look for validation in other people's eyes. Now, how sick is that? It's like crack for self-esteem. You bought it from pushing man, you sold your ass a dream. Then what you OD, you come to be yourself, but you walking in Sean's jeans. Sean Carter is who we trying to be. We thinking we free, but we chained up to our own greed and we'll get it at any cost. We don't care what chase by trail, while afraid we might fail. While wearing a check, we won't get. I'll be ready to sell. We the prisoner and the guard with the keys to our own cell. Which I don't know. The one over there.
Yeah.
You got another piece to do?
Excuse me. I have one I wrote pretty recently that I didn't memorize. So I asked myself, why do I write? Passion to capture my emotional motivation in most skin pages. To create an alternate universe where the love of my life's parents aren't racist. An alternate existence which is built up to resistance, and together we can fight the matrix. Engaging in heart-to-heart combat with ignorance and hatred. Black lives in the soul of two nations still raging, but constantly combating the consequences of systematic cages. Where she and I argue over the prevalence of for-profit prisons as big business, creating a slave market of niggas, versus Palestinian open-air confinement, creating a country of institutionalized mindsets. I write, and we talk about how our Abraham knows that Jesus was really a black Palestinian. All right, because in this universe, she and I are Neo and Trinity, and our connection goes beyond our physical affinities. And the light that we cast knows no time and can count past infinity. Where we don't argue because neither one of us give a shit about egocentricity. For the sounds of our love making us an ensemble symphony. In a world where we intuitively assume sexual positions that symbolize shit, but we speak with our feelings of sympathy. Where I look into her eyes and read her mind, this is our definition of empathy. And she knows for her, I will cut the head off of Hades. She is my Persephone. Our right to give birth to adjunct destinies, where our words represent physical weaponry and we literally speak power into our future trajectory. Our love looks intimidating. She's assault and I'm battery. Our right, because in reality, life is unlimited. Unforgiving with a solar battery. 1,000 Nepalese bleed from 2 earthquakes in 3 weeks, and African refugees that drown at sea are seen as common. Life is a relentless, militarized, religious, radical pedophile that'll damn you, fuck you, and kill you like it's justified by God. And I can change this miserable world waving this pen. I wave like a wand, and all that's about a person that doesn't. Thank you.
Great piece, man. Great piece.
Yeah. I like it. Wow. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Wow. Yeah. All right. Well, we have some. All right.
Is there anyone else coming from there?
We have one more poet.
Or I have a small one. Okay. You have you can read from this from other.
What do you feel like?
Really, I don't know. I have to. I don't read it. There is something or you are something very specific, so I don't know. This is the one that I like, the last one. You can read from this. Who can read out?
My suggestion is, read the poem, where when I ask you what does the poem mean, you can answer the question.
Oh no.
Not sure what's happened there.
It seems they've frozen. Ah, good.
Okay,
Hello.
Welcome back.
Yes.
we have our resident Arabic poet.
Woo.
Ah, nice.
What I can translate. Not okay خلاص. لقد كان يقول لقد عاش في غرفته 40 سنة ولكنه لم يرها. لقد كان ضرير. لقد كان يبصرها ولكن كان عقله أشد بابه. لقد كان ينام على فخذه لكن لم يكن له سرير. لم يهنى يوما بنوم لقد كان يطير. لم ينم عليه يوما لقد كان يطير. لم ينم عليه يوما ولم يهنى بنوم العين فرير. طيره كان بشعا لم يكن جميلا مثل العصافير. لم يكن له شجن وزقزقة كان له صوت الزنابير. لم يكن يوما سلسا لقد كان صعبا دستوره تنفير. لم يكن يوما بسيطا كان معقدا ونسي الحب والتيسير. لم يكن حرا ابدا لقد كان لعقله اسير. كان ياكل ولا ياكل وكان يمشي ولا يمشي لقد كان لعقله اسير. لم يكن حرا ابدا لقد كان عبدا لسير جارف من التفكير. لم يكن حرا ابدا لقد كان مكبلا بالقيد والسلاسل والزنزير. لم يعش الحياه يوما ولم يكن صاحيا لقد كان في ادمان خطير. قد كان سليما قد كان معافى. لم يكن مطمئنا ولم يكن ساكنا قد كان خطير. قد كان للملايين مالكا ولأي شيء فاعلا ومتمتعا ليسكن الألم الكبير. كان مفصولا بألف ساتر لم يكن يقدر. كان في أحلام يقظة يسير. فقد كان عقله يمثله. فقد كان عبدا ولم يكن لنفسه أمير. لم يعش الحياة يوما أخذ عنها فكرة. فقد عاش حياة التنظير. لقد عاش I have another. I can continue.
Yes.
Okay. لقد I repeat it but I add another idea.
Okay.
لقد عاش في 40 سنة ولكنه لم يرها. لقد كان ضرير. لقد كان يكسرها ولكن عقله عش الجبابير. لقد كان يحيا لكن قد كان ميتا لم يكن حرا. قد كان أسير. لقد كان عبدا لشيء هو يملكه. فقد كان عبدا للتفكير. ولم يترك اسمه شيئا ولم يعلم اصلا انه في الحبس طريق. فقد كان يظن انه على حق ورفع رايه التزوير. لم يعمل يوما بيده. لقد عاش حياه التنظير. لم يكن بفمه شيئا مع ان بطنه طحن الشيء الكثير. كان ياكل ولا ياكل. لقد كان خائبا. لقد كان اسير. لم يكن يوما بوعيه. لقد كان عبدا. قد كان اسير. كان يمشي ولا يمشي. لم يطل الارض يوما. فقد كان يطير. فقد كان مستاء ومضطربا. فقد كان حزينا. فقد كان خطير. لقد كان عنده الملايين ولم يكن غنيا يوما. لقد كان قاعا بلا بير. كان ياكل ولا ياكل. لم يجد بفمه طعما حتى الجزير. لم يصل يوما بمبتغاه. وكم عمل لجد كبير. ارجع إلى حياتك. ارجع إلى ذاتك. ارجع إلى التنوير. اسكن واطمئن وحدك وسوف ترى أن الأمر يسير. فقد استيقظ وراقب وانظر إلى هذا العقل كيف يدير. وقل له أنا لست أنت ملكي وأنا ولدت حرا. أنا لست أسير. سوف أستخدمك عندما أحتاجك وبعد ذلك اخضع كأداة ليس كثير. ما أحلى الحياة بدون زمن. ما أحلى الحياة بدون وقت. ما أحلى الحياة بغير تفسير. ما أحلى الحياة بغير فرح. ما أحلى الحياة بدون تفكير. ما أحلى الحياة إذا عشتها أنا ولم يعشها ذلك النصف الحقير. ما أحلى الحياة إذا عشتها مباشرة من غير فصل أو تفسير. فتجد الاطمئنان والسكون والهدوء والفرح مطعم غزير. فقد كنت نسخة. لقد كنت تقليدا. لم أكن أصليا. لقد كنت غشا. لقد كنت سرابا وأصلا للتزوير. استيقظ قبل أن تموت ومت قبل أن تموت. ستجد الحياة حلوة من غير تفكير. وستجد الصمت والسكون سيختفي من عقلك ذلك الهدير.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. All right. Are there any other poets on your end? Who would like to share?
There's another question. Is there anybody else sharing? Please. Yeah.
We do have a computer plan about mine. Or we do like something about mine. You don't have it? No. Okay. I mean, there's a question or no?
Yeah.
What was the question you asked?
I asked if there were any more people who wanted to perform on your end. Because if not, I do have some poetry that I can share.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, hey.
All right. Cool. Okay. This poem is about this wonderful internship that I had last summer. And it was in this tiny little town called Selma in Alabama, in the state of Alabama. And for those of you who don't know, during the Civil Rights Movement, which was very, very important in American history, Selma was very, very central to what was going on. And so going back there, it's definitely quite the experience. But I was working in a children's art camp. So basically, I got to run poetry workshops and art workshops, and we got to sing and dance, all of kids from the age of 3 to 13. It was wonderful. And so I wrote this poem for some of my boys who I was instructing. Yeah. And it's called For the Boys of Selma. Dear JJ, you are the noblest person I know, and you are the size of a hobbit right now. When you grow into a man, don't grow out of your loyalty. It never goes out of style. Don't grow into a monster like everyone else seems to these days. Dear Jeremiah, you have the biggest smile that I have ever seen, even bigger than your body. You are more than your size. Never forget that when they try to cram into your mouth anything that doesn't belong in you. Things like hatred and war and unimaginable sorrow. They already got shame wedged in between your happiness and your sight. Don't let them get any more past you. Tim Howard. Dear Jarrell, you have a beautiful mind and the energy to make your imagination reality, but life is hard when you can't focus. You can't see or hear or do anything right. At least so everyone else would tell you. I would know. I have the same problem. Yes, the big white girl from the reddest county in the lower peninsula of Michigan has trouble finding focus, too. It's a long road, full of trials and experiments that oftentimes backfire. But trust me, when you find it, it's like finding an old friend you never believed was really dead, even when everyone else forgot about him. Dear Zion, you asked me about when I first discovered spoken word poetry. I never got the opportunity to tell you. I'll be real. I was 15, in a dark place, feeling lonely, watching the world repeat experiences that I had never had over and over again on YouTube when I stumbled upon Taylor Molly's What Teachers Make. That poem started off a chain reaction that brought me into your world, Zion. That poem, in much the same way, also saved my life. Poetry can save anyone, to be honest. And that includes you. Dear CJ, dear Tosh, dear Jaden, dear Tyshawn, dear AJ, dear Emma, dear Ethan, dear Gabriel, dear Markel, dear Curtis, dear Isaiah, dear Daniel, dear Sherman, dear DJ, dear Sly, dear boys, everything that I have said is for you too. But I'll have you know that there are hard times ahead for all of you. No, you won't deserve it. And no, you won't have done anything to get it. But it will still find you, and it will try to kill you no matter how well you hide. You cannot hide your skin. You can try, but hiding even your own surface is like enslaving yourself. I have tried. It will not work. I tell you all of this so that when the time comes, you can fight discrimination, aggravation, violence, silence, bigotry and hatred, and you can win. You can win, boys, without having to hide who you are. You will be free. Free to move, free to love, free to dance, free to sing, free to play, free to be however you would like. My sweet summer children, I want most desperately for you to be free. So don't you dare let KDG down. Thank you.
That microphone is muted.
No more. Wow. All right. Yeah.
That was great.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Were you guys able to hear that all right?
Yes?
Yeah. I have no
Thanks.
Right. Thanks. So can I just do a quick thank you to the people here, and then can I hang up?
All right.
Thank you for coming. The last activity is the theme project of Pangaea. It's been an experience, and this is about running projects in the city. And running art projects in the city. It has taught me a lot about the space of expression. And that people will take things when they want to. So I've learned a lot about that. And every time I run a project, an event, I've seen music every single time, which is weird for me. Like, there's not so much consistency with this project, but isn't that incredible that there are new people constantly, like waves, who are interested in music. So welcome. Thank you for showing me against every single time. One day I'll know the whole time.
Kind of do, Josie.
Yeah.
Guys, thank you so much for facilitating this global thing. I've engaged with many other countries as we have done. They've probably from Dubai, India, they have Nigeria. It's meant to, yeah, it's meant to be global. Whoever can hook on the live stream will hook on. There will probably be interviews around. Nigeria has had their slot, Mumbai has had their slot, India, and Canada, is it?
And what are your favorites?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're absolutely our favorite.
Yeah, of course.
Naturally.
Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for inviting us in. It's been a real privilege.
Thank you all. Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Group. Lovely group. All right.
Lovely, lovely group.
Yeah.
Gosh, yeah, man, the scale of it and the kind of... It's really interesting how drastically the dynamic of each section changes according to, like, where in the world they are and stuff. Like, yeah, I don't know, like, interesting and weird. Okay, so up next we've got just an interview with Joe from the writing platform, and it's only for half an hour. If you would like, Katie, this is probably a good time for you to take a break and get some fresh air. I'd say this is probably the best time for that to happen.
Okay.
If you can wait until she gets here.
Of course.
But, I mean, she's due in 2 minutes' time. But yeah, and then, so we've got this interview with Joe, then we're moving into an hour of spoken word, which is going to be incredible. We were going to be joined live by Irene, but it is literally the day of the national finals.
Yeah, I noticed. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a very big week for poetry. Like, it's the Poetry International Festival in the Netherlands. It's the 100,000 Poets for Change Festival over in Italy.
Man.
You know, we've got this. This is the national thing. It's like the semi-finals of the World Cup in France. It's nuts. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah. And I mean, outside of poetry, I mean, we have the Women's World Cup, which is another thing that I'm really super excited for. Because why?
Oh, I only know because Google delegated one of its things to it.
Yep. Man. But listen, like this is a time of very good for me, where I can safely cheer for a soccer team, aka the U.S. national team, and they won't lose all the time. It's great. Our women's team is so great. I love them with all my heart. I should
glad
write
it's
a
making
poem
you
about it.
All right. So, I mean, we're not even halfway yet. We're a third of the way through now. So 12 to 8, 8 till 4, I can still count, and then 4 all the way back round to 12 again. What are some personal highlights been for you so far in this third of the stream?
Ooh,
I've made you my interviewee now.
that is a-okay. Let me see. I really enjoyed talking with the the little hangout party that we had with Lou and Mouth. And the Mouthies. Man, it was great because, like, not only did I get to see the dynamic between the Mouthies and UConn, I also got to see this really vibrant and loving dynamic between these two groups who are geographically very far from each other. So that was great. And yeah, I think, yeah, that was good. I like that. I like that very much. It was a lot of fun.
No, yeah, I think that's definitely an understandable highlight. Yeah, it's been such a... I'm terrified I'm not keeping up. Like, I know I want to be asking more intelligent questions, but I'm just not. There's just so much information to try and digest.
Yeah.
No, yeah, definitely. I'm looking forward to handing over to whoever comes along to help us host. Just a little bit of distance, I think, can be really beneficial. So next time, we'll have to try and spread out the hosting more. Yeah, but I think the diversity of styles has been really interesting. The diversity in organization types and just kind of the outputs and the spaces where spoken word is being performed, I think is really interesting. So we started out with the podcast, then moved into this more traditional open mic style thing. You know, we had the television show of Word Up in Nigeria, and you know, I feel like we just had a really nice cross section. Mouthy and the Lion Mouths obviously kind of really into their cross art form collaboration theatre shows almost, which I think is another really cool direction. And I know we're going to see more. I know that this, you know, it's just more of the same that's around the corner. So yeah, I'm excited, man. I'm excited. And it's not even nearly done yet.
So good.
But that's fine. I don't feel tired yet. I want to stretch, but I know at some point it's just going to be like so difficult to carry on. But then there'll be a point where you get past that. You just start running on adrenaline. I can do this. And then I will fall asleep on the other end of it. No, can't fall asleep on the other end of it. What else was I going to say? All right. You can feel free to go and grab that break.
All right.
Because I don't want you to miss out on it. So I will try and get in touch with Jo again, and just make sure she hasn't got in touch to say that she can't make it or anything, which would be
That would be bad. All right. Well, then I'm gonna head off then.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. See you in a bit.
See you in a little bit, Katie.
Bye.
Have a good break.
Bye.
Okay, it's me alone with the live stream again. So I'm just gonna have to just talk through some of them. I'm thinking about. I don't really know what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about the discussions that we've had so far. I'm thinking about the poetry we've heard so far. I'm thinking about how. Talking with an industry hat on now for anyone who's kind of interested in how the stream is going rather than the content. I'm interested in seeing what bits people are enjoying and stuff. So 2.5 hours in before a poem was on the live stream, and I think that's something to try and learn from, is just poetry earlier. I would say. I think it's very difficult as well, kind of catering to those two different audiences, to poets and to organizations, and trying to provide stuff that is going to be appealing to both. Some technical stuff, again, the technical challenges of this have been just huge and vast. Even things then with Poetry House Amman's, obviously very talented bunch of people, but they're marred by the kind of just lack of access to audio and all the rest of it. So yeah, I mean, it's going well so far, I think. I'm happy with kind of the numbers of people we've had coming in, who've been watching. I feel like we've been having some good conversations. I feel like we've done a really good job of capturing a really diverse range of people so far, and a diverse range of I'm curious to see how it moves on. I'm curious to see if more people will kind of tune in the evening time. I'm really curious to see what happens with the next round of open mic. So the next round of open mic is going to be much better attended than this one was, or it should be. So we have a phenomenal group of young people from Nepal who we actually got in touch with just days before the earthquake hit Kathmandu. And we obviously just left them be, but they got in touch just over a week ago just to say, hi, we've taken a month off, but we're back and we still want to do it. Will you have us? And we were like, absolutely. So exceptionally resilient bunch of young people there who are going to be sharing their poetry. I believe there's 5 of them. We have a poet from LA who I know is going to be joining us then, and I believe we have a poet from Bangladesh as well. So just a really interesting range of voices that we're going to have coming through there. For those of you who are watching or are poets, or you know enough about your local scenes, we're still accepting submissions to the map. That was poorly worded. It will always be open to add to, but we're really trying to get as many events mapped during this 24-hour window as we can, because we know this is going to be the only time we have such a range of people from around the world watching. So if you organize an event, if you're involved in any way in event organization or poetry, the link for the map is in the description for this, but you can also just find it yourself. It's map.pangaeapoetry.com, and that is where you'll be able to find it. We're also still accepting open mics for later in the evening, so if any of you have poetry that you want to share, if you've got a headset and a stable Wi-Fi connection, that's all you need. We'll be able to welcome you either for the 3 a.m. slot, which might be a little bit more hospitable depending on where you are in the world, and we have another slot on at 11 a.m. tomorrow, which is away. So you could learn a poem in that time if you really wanted to. If you would like to reserve an open mic slot, the place to do it is through email. So if you can email me at pangaeapoetry@gmail.com, or Katie, whichever email address, then just include what time you'd like to book, so either the 3 a.m. or the 11 a.m., include your name, and include which country you're representing. One of the things that we really wanted to avoid with the open mics was it being one country or one time zone centric. So we've capped the number of poets who can take part in a single country at 5. So that's why what country you're representing, just so we can try and bring a diverse range of voices into that space together. What else can I say? I can still talk a little bit about the Pangaea Poetry Slam. So the Pangaea Poetry Slam, it's an annual online poetry slam. It runs differently to how some online slams work. It's not, there's no selection process for who takes part in the slam. There's no limit on the numbers of people who can take part in the slam. It runs on a mixture of public voting and then a judging phase, which means that so long as there are people watching, there can be people submitting videos still. So it is literally open to everyone in the world and as many people in the world as you like. It's run through YouTube, so poets record themselves performing poetry, or they can submit old videos if they so choose. They send it to us at our email address. We don't re-upload it. It stays with you and your channel, the views, the subscribers, all of that attend you in your channel and your video. We just put those into a public playlist and we host the video on our site where people can see it. The public voting phase works with YouTube likes. So we treat whatever number of likes that video has as 0 and count how many that you get during that time period. And then the people with the most likes go through to the judging round. Again, in a way that it differs to traditional slams, it doesn't run for an evening, it runs for the whole month of July. So it's beginning on finishing on August 2nd. It runs in 4 weekly rounds. It also runs on a point system rather than a knockout system. So if you find out about it late, or if you miss a round, you can still take part in every single round. Those points, as I mentioned, are scored according to the YouTube like system. So, you know, if you get the most likes in week 1, you'll get 20 points or whatever it is. They're totaled up over the entire 4 weeks. And then the top 10 scoring based on points go forward to a judging panel and they select 5 winners. And each of those winners receives worth of cash contributions towards artistic development costs. So as you might guess from an event like this, we're kind of very focused on building communities around spoken word. We're not really advocates of competition. We recognize what it can do for spoken word. We recognize that it can be a very useful tool for bringing audiences together. It can be a very useful tool for advocating for artistic development. But it's not what we want to do with this project. We're very much about building and developing artists. So the prizes are not dead, they're cash contributions towards artistic development costs. That can be costs towards funding your first show. That can be funding for a residency. It can fund workshop costs. That can be, we can get in touch with the venue for you and say, would you like to have this person as a headline artist? We'll pay their feature fee for them. And suddenly you have yourself, you know, your first featured paid gig at a respected venue or a theater at a show. If you're interested in taking part in that, we have a trailer later on today. We are also going to be tweeting about it and Facebooking about it. So if you want to, you can follow us on the relevant pages. On Twitter, we are Pangaea_Poetry. On Facebook, we are just Pangaea Poetry. On YouTube, we're actually the Pangaea Poetry Slam, which we can't change, unfortunately. We're now, obviously our activities are getting broader than just the traditional slam. You can also find out about us on our website, so that's pangaeapoetry.com. At the slam, there's a whole section of it there. You can watch last year's entries, and you can also read about how you're going to be able to take part this year. One of the crucial differences this year is that we are offering translation for the first 10 poems we receive in each round in a language other than English. We can translate from almost all languages. We've been very lucky in the way we've managed to achieve this. So rather than working with individual translators, or rather than working with an individual translation organization, which would be very expensive, we've established a partnership with the Emerging Translators Network, which is a kind of peer support group for professionally trained translators, people who have been trained to PhD levels, people who have had some degree of being published, but they are still kind of early career in as far as literary translation is concerned. So kind of early to mid-career professional level translators sharing best practice and sharing works, advertising jobs, etc. So we've been able to ally ourselves with them, who are a network of hundreds working from dozens of languages into English. And we have a coordinator there who will be coordinating entries that are received and allocating them to trustworthy translators to then translate and return to the original poet as a transcript. So if you guys are interested in having one of your poems translated, the way to do it is either via email or via the form which exists on our website for submissions. You'd need to submit your video along with a transcript in your native language, well, in the language you performed it in, and send that over to us 2 weeks before the round officially starts, which between 2 weeks and 1 week. So if the first round is going to be July 6th, then it would be, it will end up being, hang on, let me check, just so I'm not lying, it would be the 22nd. So it'd be the 22nd that you'd be able to submit your poem, and we'd be able to get that translated for you and send it back to you as a transcript, and then it's yours to do with as you please, whether you want to add it as a subtitle file, whether you want to put it in the description of your video, or discard it entirely. We're not trying to discourage people from doing poetry in their native languages. We're not trying to say that if it's not in English, it's not a worthwhile poem. We're just aware that the system we've built with public voting, a poem written in a more universal language is going to have an unfair advantage, we feel. Again, we might be wrong, and there's absolutely no on people to submit any kind of translation with your poetry. If you feel your performance is enough to translate what it's about and its meaning, that is absolutely fine. You can translate it visually if you would choose to. You can translate it with actors, and that's just entirely your choice. I'm mildly worried that I haven't been able to hear from Jo yet. She was emailing me only yesterday, so I don't think she's forgotten. I do hope she's okay. So what's going to be following this is going to be a session with the phenomenal Irene Lassan. We have an interview from her, which I'm currently trying to find, talking about what spoken word looks like in Spain, and also talking a little bit about the differences she has found being a native Spanish speaker who has moved to the UK and done poetry here, and some of the differences she sees in the scene there. So that's going to be, again, just something interesting to watch and get involved with. Sorry guys, I got completely distracted then. So right, okay, I think what's going to end up happening is that I'm going to have to upload this interview quickly because it's not on YouTube, so I'm probably going to go silent until Jo shows up or until it's time for Irene's slot. So it's only going to be 10 minutes where I'm not here, just quietly uploading this. So I'll see you guys again in 10 minutes.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Nico. What's
Hello,
happening?
Katie. We have not, which is tragic. I don't know what is going on with us not hearing back from people. Is Irene Lissan. So Irene has sent us an extensive number of clips. We're able to share pretty much really great examples of Spanish, which is going to be interesting. You just got an hour of Spanish spoken word coming up. It's going to be interesting to if language, then we might be able to see a lot of similarities in other ways about how like it's intonation and stuff. I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a really interesting bit. Irene has also sent over an interview which I'm having to upload to YouTube, which is 12 for it to be an introduction or a conclusion. Have to be a conclusion. I believe still has the links, in which case we'll just be able to find them. And is that true?
You've been cutting out for like.
Actually, put
yeah
these ones into a playlist.
Carl, you've been cutting out. Carl? Let's see. All right. Wow. Carl, can you hear me? Oh, you're still cutting out.
Yeah. I believe she's structured like the whole rest an hour. So, I guess we're just going to press play on this playlist, and then we're going to touch base with our thoughts, and then we're going to play Irene's interview after that. Be like a little bit of a discussion about, yeah. All right. Whenever you're ready, Katie.
Yeah. Is there an actual link to an actual playlist, or no?
Sorry.
Is there a link to an actual playlist?
You just sent you the link to the playlist.
Oh, yep. I see. I'm good at this. Honey. All right. Yeah, so whenever you are ready, Carl, just put me on presentation mode. Woo! Right. Wow. Okie dokie. Let's play.
Gracias. Bueno, que pocos y os veo desde aquí. Bueno, para terminar, yo quería dedicar, ya que estamos aquí al lado del museo, dedicado al hombre que inventó el Shara Picasso, Quiero dedicar este poema que se llama Cabrera Cultureta a la gente que tiene inquietudes culturales como yo. Soy un hombre cultivado al que le gusta lo mejor. La cultura no me falta ni el dinero ni el amor. Que aunque no tenga dinero y el amor me dé de lado, al menos tengo cultura y no soy otro vinculado. Porque nada es comparable al placer con el que vibro, mirando mi biblioteca que tiene como 20 libros. Y que ya sería la hostia cuando consiga saber por qué lado y por qué piso debo empezar a leer. Y así mismo me declaro atrapado en este paro, porque claro, yo me encaro frente a todos esos nombres y me parecen tan raros que yo la verdad no sé si debo leer a Baudelaire o a Oscar Wilde para ser Wilde, si leo a Chomsky, Wachinaski, Dostoyevsky o Mr. Hyde. ¿Cómo decidir a solas si con colé traerá cola? Saber si Nola me mola o me mola porque es tola. Y si explicó Jacques Tournier cuando a las putas del rey, si las jode Jodorowsky, Hemingway o Hemingway. No se rían, ya lo diga, venga, dígamelo usted. ¿Por dónde debo empezar? Pues la verdad no lo sé. Así es mi vida, señores. Este caótico baile con las cartas de Descartes y los mails de Norman Mailer. ¿Dices Gun? Yes, I can. ¿Dices hombre? Pues también. Y si no te gusta Lete, vamos, hombre, létele. Me da penita esa gente cuya cultura es a flecos. Y si les golpeas la frente, solo suena Humberto Eco, Eco. No me importa quién me acusa, no me importa el que dirán. Pues detrás de estas esclusas bailan el cancán las musas sobre la montaña rusa que ponía como excusa Thomas Mann. Y la verdad, yo no tengo ni puta idea de si debo poder a Baudelaire o a Oscar Wilde para ser guay. Si leo a Chomsky o a Chinaski, Dostoyevsky o Mr. Hyde. Me desvelo por si leo a Coelho, a Coeche, o si leo a Pincho Nietzsche, Chimpui lo que me echen. Jonathan Butler, Harry Miller, Bernie Harris, Edmund Morris, Thomas Harris, Harry Manson, Harry Potter, Norris, Chesterton, Charles Charrier, Champiña, Chayo Palayo, Fumanchu y el Jackie Chan, Cervantes o el Chivo Bayo. ¡Uja! ¡Da igual! Yo sé que algún día diré el Benny Vidi Vinci. Mientras tanto me entretengo con el código Da Vinci. Ya les dejo, mis amigos, me voy con mi cara papa, pero les dejo un consejo. Si deciden leer mis viejos, al menos abran la tapa.
Cuando ya lo conocen un poco, nadie aquí, el próximo día 19, a las 8:30, hará su show Mecánicas de Italia en el Tinta Roja. Recuerden, nosotros somos Poesías de Barcelona. Toda la información por nuestro Facebook. Radio Hit 19. Ya ven que está como una puta cabra de cabrón. Pero es el maestro, es el campeón de España. Ya vamos a ver esas guitarras de la ronda final. ¡Juntos! ¡Está! 9,6, 9,5, 6, 10, 8. Respete.
vamos a volver a empezar. Yo soy rencor, soy definición errónea, la pulcritud gastada, te sonrío y es mentira. Soy una falsa, con lamentos que destilo. Yo soy lo que tú odias, soy represión y rabia, soy sonrisa dulce y educación. Yo soy a la que llamas puta, la que obra y calla, la que serena te quita los billetes y te llena de impurezas. No me imaginas así, yo soy la bruja del vestido blanco y la voz débil. Soy a la que no saludas, la que finge emoción con tus fábulas. Soy la que te persigue, la que baja la cabeza en la calle y te araña en la cama. Soy la que en silencio corrompe tu destino, la que juega con tus pestañas caídas. La de la lengua sucia. Yo me siento superior, soy la vieja, la hechicera de Granada. Soy la que se curte bajo piel de porcelana, la que cose sus propias heridas. La pija del deseo frustrado, la que saca punta de lo inesperado. La seca, la roja, la siempre viuda, la espera. La que humillas la respuesta. Yo soy la ceniza y el algodón, soy el morbo de los prejuicios y su repulsión, migas de burguesía, sofritas en la calle. Yo no soy descaro, soy agonía, lo que evitas ser. Soy yo, la colilla de tus vicios, cauce de tus vaciles. Yo soy rencor.
El vigente campeón del Poetry Slam de España, llegado de Barcelona, un gran aplauso para Marsal.
A la sombra, huir, como el viento, como el agua, como la piedra, huir del mar, huir de la sal, huir de la arena, huir de la vida, como si la vida en ella nos fuera. Los brazos de la matrona, los del sepulturero, huir, de domingos con brisa, de madrugones graníticos, de siestas calcáreas, de sueños de arenisca, de poemas en servilletas, del dogma sin crítica y de la crítica con caretas, de la academia sin sangre y de la sangre sin sapiencia, huir. Quien canta un salmo igual que un gol, de quien canta un gol igual que un parto, de quien invoca guerra con paz en la boca, del disidente a deshora, de quien por ti mataría y de quien sin ti se mata, de la lucha sin sentido y del sentido en simulacro, huir, de quien no ama belleza, de quien no consume belleza, de quien no devora belleza, de quien no es un adicto empedernido a la belleza y la busca hasta en los recovecos más repugnantes del mundo porque solo nos salvará belleza, huir de todos los demás hasta quedar solos, de los ecos, los reflejos, los fuimos, los sabíamos, los hubiéramos, los habríamos sido, de ti, de mí, del nosotros, el como ellos, los para siempre, si jamás es huir, de quien tiene más camino en la lengua que en la suela, más cicatriz en papel que en la piel, más currículum que vida de capa y espada, huir de uno mismo, de quien dice ser uno mismo, él mismo desde sí mismo, de quien se busca y de quien se pierde por seguirse y por seguir a quien se pierde, huir del polluelo muerto en la mano y los 100 volando en la cresta, del lobo deslunado, del águila sin sol, del poeta sin poema, del monje sin hábito, del rey sin corona, de la mona sin seda, del emperador sin trajo nuevo y del reo sin condena, huir de Marte sin espada, de Venus sin pasión, de Judas sin beso, de Narciso sin espejo, de Orfeo sin lira, de Béticus sin liga, de San Esteban sin martirio y Don Quijote sin delirio, huir de quien teme amor, de quien avergüenza amor, de quien burla amor, de quien amor, aquella maravillosa putada, rinde tributo en rituales huecos, frases hechas, flores por encargo y cuernos de puta triste y entregan usufructo de cuerpo cansado, que solo amor mata amor y todo lo demás es mamoneo, envoltorio y tapa, huir para no quedarse quieto, para crecerse y no estancarse, para no ser pestilente y traicionar al tiempo achicando territorios hasta quedar solo en yo, chiquito, niño, estático y colapsado como una bici sin pedales, huir lejos, más allá de mares de dudas, travesías del desierto, montes de Venus, cuevas del tesoro, caminos de oro, puentes de plata, castillos de aire, torres de marfil y pantanos del pensamiento, más allá de puertas al más allá, huir lejos, hacia la boca del lobo, hacia el lienzo negro, hacia lo que no todavía, pero quizás más tarde, hacia la cima oscura, profunda, sin vértigo del misterio, huir en un salto abisal, huir por huir para ser y no estar, para estar en otra parte, para que sea otra parte, huir huir para ensanchar el mundo y engullir abismos en caída voraz hacia lo hondo, hacia el orgasmo y la herida, hacia el cielo en agua y la sangre en llamas, huir como si quemara la sombra, huir.
Y con su corriente de electricidad movía el ventilador. Yo quisiera desde aquí donde me hallo tener la capacidad de saltar como un caballo a la torera, la más fiera de las leyes de los padres, la ley de la vida. Y persiguiendo la huella de aquel hombre payo norteamericano que como quien hace bomba, decidió poner la rumbo a las estrellas y yo decido ir más allá. Y despego en esta noche de verano dispuesto a ponerles rumba, a poner zumba que zumba y tacatá, y a que coman de mano, porque yo soy el astronauta cósmico gitano. ¡Ole y ole! ¡Y toma ya! Y piso el acelerador. Oye, primo, ¿cómo se ve la Tierra que va atrás? Y oye, primo, ¿ve cómo se ve África, América, Europa? No. Y los mares y las tierras en bebé, y las mulas en la alberca en bebé, y esa lunarita verde, es toda verde seguro, pasa gozando de interés. Oye, que desde mi fragoneta veo todos los planetas, que se ponen morenetes justo enfrente de ese sol que es todo rondo y amarillo. Como si fuera un poeta, yo les voy poniendo por la tierra. El rojo, el siguiente, y aquel otro del anillo, y antes de que me dé cuenta ya estoy fuera de este sistema solar, y aunque se queda el de fuera, abro la puerta y me lanzo a la infinita ventorera. Quiero salir a bailar. Astronauta cósmico gitano llamando a la Tierra. Ahora mismo estoy flotando entre lo que solo se podría calificar como el abismo infinito perfecto interestelar. ¿Qué os podría contar? Cuando miro a mi alrededor siento dentro de mí las sensaciones que no he sentido jamás en lo más hondo. ¿Qué galaxias? ¿Qué constelaciones? Qué bonitos esos mundos allá al fondo, tan chiquititos y rotos. Parecen malacatones. Yo, que como todo aquel que pisa tierra, quise ser el dueño de todo lo que había, ahora que miro la tierra desde arriba, sé por fin que el ser humano es tan pequeño que sus vidas no son más que cortos sueños, pero sueños que no acaban en el nicho, pues cuando el aliento al fin nos abandona, nos subimos a palmear en esta fiesta, donde esperan el camarón, la faraona y el medio de los chillos. Que no bajo, primo, que no bajo, que me quedo aquí dando palmas con los grandes y calentando el puchero con el aura que me brindan los luceros. Que no bajo, que no bajo. No, pues ya lo sabéis, me quedo por de momento colgado en el firmamento. Si me veis pasar así, todos, decir adiós y saludarme de lejos con mi mano y repetir muy bajito lo mismo que yo repito. Astronauta, sí. Os digo, sobre todo, ¡gitano! ¡Eh! ¡Muchas gracias!
En la altitud del vuelo me entierra la suerte, a la par que los dados deciden poner a las manos la ruta diamante del tren que se aleja. Las aguas distantes nos tiñen a ambos, a mí, que me calo, a su voz que me cubre, y también difuminan la esencia del último grito enjaulado que dieron sus verdes al verde que exhalo. El último arpón que lanzó fue imposible que no desbordaran los brillos las calles, y sigo cegado, se agolpan las frases, esparzo su nuevo color donde quiera que mire y acampa en las tumbas un sol que despierta a mis tigres, que rugen sin sombra las sombras más grises que aquí me dejó, relamiéndose a irse. Verdes, me ha dejado las madrugadas, las fuentes, la tierra roja, el terco hachazo de los siembres, la mar sin mar que solo olas, los momentos que se pierden, las entrañas y los daños a jornadas inocentes me los ha dejado verdes. Ahora me van y me vienen, latidos ajados que no se detienen, perforan la luna y las horas, deshojan las bocas y puentes, levantan el suelo empedrado y esculpen raíces sedosas que el alma me beben. Quemando, se van mis dedos a otra parte. Camino a ayer, camino a más, camino a un roce que rozarle por arder. Van sin mí de tantas grietas que ha plantado, ya no queda ningún paso en suelo firme que se escape a sus abismos y mantenga el día en pie. Ya, me cuesta más quedar callado, escribir sus verdes gritos afilados entre rejas que a lo lejos me han tronado, y a pesar de que tejió un final sin ruido al retornar donde haya ido, me da igual morir a ratos sin recuerdos, porque al menos la he vivido.
Ok. Vale. Gracias, en serio. Bueno, lo siguiente es una especie como de cuento, rap, slam, bueno, un poco de todo, ¿vale? Dice así. Cuando creemos que todo se acabó, es cuando llega a nuestro corazón y por nosotros saca voz. ¿Sabéis lo que me dijo a mí esa voz interior? Me dijo, Diso, no me seas cretino y de una vez por todas, cree en ti, ¿no? Ok, llegó el momento en el que todos los elementos que conforman esta vida se empezaron a decir este tipo de frases. Rompieron con la inercia, la convención no les convenció, estaban cansados. Estaba cansado de actuar hasta Val Reynolds. Alegres o no, todos queremos sonreírnos, sonreírnos, donde el príncipe no entiende por qué su mujer es princesa, donde todos esperan que el viento corra al corral. ¿Qué pasará si su es princesa? ¿Quién animará a los payasos? ¿Creerás al arroz brillante cuando le haga una paella a asos? ¿Quién guardará las espaldas del guardaespaldas? ¿Quién solucionará los problemas mentales del psicólogo? La muerte no quiere ir con la guadaña. Gizmo pasa sus vacaciones en el mar aun sabiendo que el agua daña. La abeja maya no quería ser abeja maya, quería ser abeja azteca, por ejemplo. La ortografía estaba cansada de escribir como el culo por definición, es decir, ser la grafía del orto, estaba cansada, ¿sabes? Los ojos, tus ojos, no es que no quisieran ver, sino que tus lentillas querían ser rapidillas. Y así millones y millones de ejemplos. El caso es que llegó el cambio de roles. Flotador pensaba en si un día esperaban de la noche que fuera oscura, pero ella quería ser un día. Cuadernos con hojas querían convertirse en árboles. El izador cansado quiere que tú banderas en árboles. Pararon el tiempo, el racer del roles, no se podrá rehacer el cambio de roles. El toro sabe que en su lomo habrá esto que es, mentes abran. Habrán esto que le da miedo Drácula, él quiere que con él agasajos. Regalos quieren ser queridos, no ser agasajos. El profesor no profesó, quería ser alumno, no maestro. No es feliz si su no maestro. Alegre quiere que algo le escarmiente. Simba perdona aún sabiendo que su tío es escarmiente. El serio que no se rió se va riendo. El barrendero dormido se le cae la baba, no va barriendo, está quemado, hasta su escoba arde. No luchó por su carro, Manolo Escobar, escoba arde. Estación de tren quería ser dársena, ajá, pero Vergüenza te tendría que dar, Sena. Eso dirás cuando veas que ya quería ser ese Hércules o colchoneros Hércules. Cazo ya no decía cosas a la sartén, el pollo se ofrecía diciendo si me vas a sartén. El oso Pérez se mueve hasta que los demás se harten en la hípica. Caballo no quiere correr, rasca y pica, no quiere pegarse, cae en que caín ya no cascabel. Silencio quiere ser un cascabel. No me seas cretino y de una vez por todas cree en ti, ¿no? Llegó el cambio de roles. Perro ya no respeta al amo, plantita quería ser álamo y el odio de la mala ama al amor. Kamikaze dice que cuando tenga que morir, pues morirá. Sabe que así con él morirá. La valla supo lo que era un obstáculo. El pedo se quedó en casa diciendo estáculo. Mierda echó ambientadora la bazofia. El que no donaba órganos ni de música ahora su bazofía. Virtud quería servicio. El váter va a terminar su relación con el servicio. Termita lloró cuando el traje de Armani comió y el cuerdo solo se fue al manicomio. Greta de puerta no se abrió. Greta despierta porque quiere que Garbo se abrió. Mickey está solo. Minnie está empezando a Maradona. Nada es como creímos, le dijo que Moss a Maradona. La A quería saber lo que era ser la Z. Aceos a la idea ideal de los cetáceos que quieren pasar de marino a terráqueo. El valiente aqueo, un mundo en el que se aterraqueó. Un enfadado chíbice cierra la boca chop. Petrarca no busca el aura del aura, pero sí bocacho. Asistencia a clase le da igual si tú asfaltado. El camino de piedras quiere ser asfaltado. Aburrido quiere ser vivido, ya como a casa no va. Le llaman vividor, ya como casa no.
Buenas noches a todos. Soy Ivano, vengo de Granada. Es un placer estar aquí con ustedes. Y bueno, vamos a ello. Soy un hombre de diseño. Cuidado. A mi paso los DJs y publicistas se apartan asustados. Diseñadores y artistas fallecen repentinamente víctimas de la envidia al verme. Dada mi sofisticación, intimido a cualquier amante de la moda que se exponga a cruzarse en mi camino, dejándolo en el más completo y ridículo. Soy un hombre de diseño. Rezo a mi Dios cada día. Soy un hombre de diseño, lo confieso. Rezo a mi Dios cada día. Invoco a Calvin Klein con energía. Sí, hermanos, Paco Rabanne es mi guía. Con mi Nokia, mi iPad, mi iPod, mi iPhone, que he visto un hombre sin depilar. Estoy al corriente de todo. Son prolongaciones de mí mismo. No hay secretos que se me resistan. He entrado en los archivos del Pentágono. He filtrado información confidencial. He organizado una revuelta en Pakistán. ¿Sabéis qué? Todo a través de un PC. ¿No a través de un PC? Solo a través de la red. Pertenezco a una casta muy especial. Soy tan exclusivo que cago barritas de Special K. Ingiero productos light y un champán francés. ¿Alguien da más? Los cristales de mis gafas Ray-Ban rechazan los reflejos de este villorrio. Llámese Madrid, Roma, Berlín. Barcelona es una aldea. Nueva York se ha quedado corto para mis aspiraciones. Debería instalarme en mi propia constelación, la constelación Omega 3. ¿Sabéis cuál es mi problema, verdad? Soy un hombre de diseño. Estoy de vuelta de todo. Digan una película y la habré visto. Un disco y lo habré escuchado. Una ciudad seguro que he estado. Un grupo musical y estará caducado. Si me tocas, soy de plástico. Mis principios muy elásticos. Tú tuiteas. Tú es fantástico. Vivo en un precioso ático con mi novia Mercedes y mi perro Benz. Me encanta el arte abstracto, la música serial, la comida macrobiótica y el cine experimental. He probado con las drogas, la medicina oriental. He tenido una amante japonesa y otra esquimal. Varios viajes astrales y hasta una extraña enfermedad tropical. Oh, el cine de Truffaut. Oh, el queso gorgonzola, 20 piercings en mi cuerpo, 10 de ellos en el escroto. Mi portátil nunca falla, el buen gusto me acompaña, diseño mi propia ropa, he adoptado un vagabundo, celebro las festividades según el calendario maya, pero sobre todo, me encantan las palabras acabadas en ismo y o precedidas por mí. Y ahora que les miro bien, ustedes no tienen ningún estilo. Ustedes son feos, vulgares, deberían actualizarse. Soy un hombre de diseño. ¿Para qué seguir hablando? Es todo tan bonito.
¡Hey! ¡Mano, mano, mano! ¡Mano de Granada!
¿Qué pasa, Esvaluar? Bienvenidos a la fiesta funesta, bienvenidos a la crisis Max Canalla y a la movida asfixiante. Desde 2009 expoliando España y por si no tenéis bastante, tras 5 años de caña, aún seguimos adelante. Represión que te quita el pan, pan que aprieta tu garganta y apoya mastodontes que te lo quitan todo. Represión que te reta el pompón que tumba tu pancarta y paga mastodontes que te fan molta por. Basta así, tus manos, topa mí, patino. Basta para los bancos, wow. Basta para colegios, down, down, down. Índice de paro, wow. Oportunidades, down, down, down. Y esto es así porque el montante de la deuda soberana sale rana y no cotiza en el Dow Jones. Y el resultado es que el mercado se ha estancado y la tendencia negativa se derivan de fracción. Y la moneda no ha aguantado nada bien. La imposición cognitiva con el yen. Y la inversión corporativa se perfila negativa y no queda más salida que la subida del IVA. Así que paga, 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 paga. Todo está caro, caro, y hay mucho paro, mientras te joden con reparo y sin cuidado, dado. Todo está claro, claro, para el paro, y se hace raro quien no pasa por el aro, pues la soga te ahoga y te ha botado quien está montado, y el de la toga te deroga, lo conquistado ya te lo ha quitado todo a la cuña, agarra un puña, estás en trampa, o estás atascado, y esto es así porque eres tonto y te has creído todo lo que yo te digo cual si fueras incapaz, y te has creído lo que afirmo cuando digo que has vivido por encima de tu posibilidad. Y eso es así porque eso es bueno para mí, porque me sale de la polla que sea así, porque puede, porque quiere, porque te chupas el dedo, así que toma, tao. Y si a ti no te ha tocado, ve mirando pa' otro lado, porque por este mercado está vendido todo el pescado. No me seas delicado, ataca todo lo mandado, que bastante complicado está todavía este tinglao. Así que sigue atascado y camina con cuidado, porque está lloviendo mierda y el currante bacalao, porque está lloviendo mierda y el currante bacalao.
Con el andar pesado, como el que duda del final del camino y resuelve sin carisma enigmas existenciales. Desde que el reflejo nace en los cristales y el olor de un lecho abriéndose y los puñales se esconden, y es en esa hora cuando hay quien viste el sol con su disfraz y quien lo desviste, sin alfombras en el suelo, traje de noche para nadie. Y es en esas horas cuando escurren las palabras, quedan ciegas por bocinas y por moscas, culminan un zaguán de terciopelo tardío, ante el espejo a través del cristal miro, como sin teatro empieza la función. Dormida, como la brisa algunas noches de verano, con el talento desproporcionado del negro en la actuación nocturna, cogiendo ya la calle y dejándosela al alba, y el escenario roda alrededor de la plaza, al ritmo del cansancio y el hastío, que da en el asfalto el eco de la última andadura y la pedicura. Y en segunda fila, burguesía y pitilleras de latón, sin penetración, sin cafeína, con la alevosía de un bufón y su fantasía, alargando actos de un guión especulado, sin compañía, y es dentro de unas horas cuando al mediodía rompe sin despertador el silencio bicolor de un traje de licra y mercromina.
Prohibido creer que no merecemos la supervivencia. Pagar por hambre, por tener que alimentarnos. Me pido permiso para vivir. Espadadrapo, mi abuela lo llama espadadrapo. Mujeres que inventan las palabras, el mundo y las palabras para evitar que otros escriban los diccionarios. Estoy haciendo algo, estoy haciendo silencio. El silencio es un acto. Te digo que nos construyen más los silencios que los gritos. Estoy gritando que crujen alas en mis bolsillos y no sé dónde ponerlas. Estoy gritando que crecen gritos en el hueco de mis muelas. Donde acaba mi piel, empieza el aire. No hay una línea como en los dibujos. Relleno cuadernos como vacío un corazón. El grafito tiene exactamente los mismos átomos que el diamante. Por eso escribo a lápiz. Por eso aprieto el lápiz. Estoy fingiendo posición en el mapa cuando habito bajo la línea que separa dimensiones. La línea que no es un país, no es otro país. Es quizás un hilo de funambulista por el que bailo sin saber más que ponerme al sol. Llorar y sol, llorar y sol. Cambiamos de lugar porque el mundo estaba dentro de nuestras cabezas. Te han hecho todos los regalos para enseñarte que no necesitas nada. Aprender a usarlos. Todo lo hago tocando, el amor lo hago tocando. No quiero jugar a las piedras, la tiza, el salto y las piedras, porque si salto no toco suelo y volar es otra cosa. Dejaremos las azoteas abiertas para vuestros suicidas. Nadar un día y otro día en la deriva de esta cabeza preguntándome en qué piensa la gente libre de sí misma. ¿Qué hacer con el barco cuando saltas y el agua no lo entiende? Solo hay un puente entre el hombre y su cuerpo muerto. Cruzarlo es un gesto aleatorio. He aprendido a no pensar en la otra mano de la partitura porque yo no he escrito esta música que se me impone. No quiero que saber leer nos obligue a leer. No quiero realidad que pregunte para qué soy. No quiero niños, pájaros que cantan en vivienda y niños que no nacen por falta de jaula. Las lágrimas tienen muchos tamaños. La soledad es una suma de miedos. Una pistola de agua puede matarte de sed. El amor puede matarte de hambre. Lo han contado mis heridas al escapar. Dicen que hay más árboles en mi cráneo que en la cárcel que dejo dentro. Podría quemarlo todo, podría quemar tu ciudad, pero no tengo nada que demostrarte. Voy a escribir en azul, sobre fondo azul, para olvidarlo todo. Gracias.
En mi opinión, opinión, tú me has dejado por otro que, en mi opinión, es un hijo de puta sin corazón. Todo esto ha sucedido, en mi opinión. En mi opinión, en la que el amor es una mierda, tú eres una mujer única. Tú conoces mi intimidad mejor que nadie. Te has ido con otro, en mi opinión, porque te parecía más fuerte. En mi opinión, tú opinas eso de él y en mi opinión lo es. Pues no te ama, el amor nos hace bien. Tú le amas a él porque eres como una niña impresionante. Como la niña para la que yo impresionaba. Sin embargo, tanto como ahora con mi fortaleza jamás aparente. Y en opiniones, pero con otros diferentes. Te encanta como persona. En mi opinión. Y en mi opinión te odio por idiota. En mi opinión, todo el mundo se equivoca excepto yo, y es obvio, en mi opinión, que tú estás equivocado. Ese galán de cuento que ves en él pasará, y lo que quedará de él no será más que yo. No será más que lo que de mí queda después de ti, que te he amado en mi opinión más que nadie te amará y que seguiré amando en mi opinión eternamente. En mi opinión, sufro el dolor más intenso de la historia del dolor porque mi amor fue mayor que ningún otro. Y en mi opinión, la historia humana se queda corta como el efecto padre. En mi opinión, mi vida se ha acabado. El hecho de que el sol esté saliendo también hoy por la mañana es una falta de respeto. Yo no muestro más que no le importo a nadie. En mi opinión, el universo no sabe lo que hace a mis ignorancia. En mi opinión, es un traidor y que se joda. Voy a acostarme. Mañana, a levantarme, me mataré.
Precipitarse como un tiesto, accidental y arbitrario, contra la vida. Entonces, recién roto, es decir, recién hecho, trepar como una mancha ansiando la sien única de la verdad. Aún es pronto, pero mis fracasos se asemejan a los de cualquier otro, como los árboles de una acera, como los dedos de una mano. Y ahora queda detonar el sueño, extinguir la llama y el aliento en el latido que toma, vislumbrar el nombre sin reverso de lo que no se alcanza. Es hora de arrojarse sin espanto a lo incompleto. Y solo entonces, y solo si aún queda tiempo, como una escama desahuciada, sin el tiesto y sin la tierra ahogada, que me colma las manos de treguas y de qué más da. Tomar el pánico, digerir el sesgo entre cuanto soy y cuanto soñé que podría ser. Amar, sin entender. Entender que llevo un solo poema en los labios, como no me cabe la vida entre las manos, que el amor es cierto como una lágrima está toda junta y que no hay monstruo más negro que el horizonte de niebla que llevas dentro, pues somos lo que amamos como sangramos de donde venimos y yo vengo de a donde la derrota ablanda a los hombres como el vino ablanda el pan y el eco de la pérdida es tan lento y son tan laxas las cadenas y tan cómodo el tedio que la esclavitud se llama bienestar. Pero aún queda tiempo y aún sangre para hacernos impronunciables, para recién paridos lágrimas caer Como cae un ideal para devolver el polvo al polvo y cada gramo de rencor al odio, cada espina de luz al espejo amado, cada palabra de herencia a lo amado, y sombra, sombra, cadena a cadena, desnudar el fruto cierto del dolor. Contigua a la nuestra, su cuerpo, el sueño de lo vivo, su piedra, el hueso de lo vivo, el hueso del olvido y vivir. Vivir para desvelar que vivir es caer contra la persistencia obstinada que es la supervivencia, que es trepar. Que es trepar contra la nada y arrojarse contra ella como la noche sobre el mundo. Vivir para hacer caber el mundo en la hiperbólica ilusión del péndulo, en este continuo cicatrizarse, en la escucha del vacío que separa el ala del vuelo, el rumbo del camino, el filo del cuchillo, la intuición del sueño, y atravesar una vez más adentro, atravesar la desidia algodonada que nos espacia los labios como una ola al terminarse contra su propia sombra. Hace cierto el suceder del mar, el silencio y la ceniza del ciprés, el oscuro amar sin voz del viento.
Wow. All right. Carl, are you here?
I'm indeed here.
All right. Shall we do some? Yeah. I enjoyed.
I'm glad you enjoyed. So what we have now is just an interview with, it's not even an interview, it's just Irene doing a kind of introduction to the work you just heard. She kind of pulled together that playlist in an attempt to represent a diverse Spain, and to kind of just give it style for those who've never been there. So this is a bit of a video in English, just preceding that, and just providing a little bit of context, both to her and to Poetry Slam Barcelona and the playlist you just heard. So let's have a go at playing that.
Alrighty.
Sound?
Yeah, it's there, but it's not very loud at all.
Oh gosh, okay. Oh no.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can do anything about that.
Yeah. And
that's not great, really.
No. And I mean, my speakers are about as loud as can possibly be.
Okay. What else can we try? Oh, that's such a shame. Oh, I'm going to be so upset if that doesn't work now. Okay, shall we... Let's just paste that link in the current live stream, and laying your playlist. And if people are interested and if people want to check that out, they can watch it on their own computers and hopefully use headphones or something else just to kind of get a better impression of what the sound's like. Sorry for that, guys. I hope it doesn't mar anything. I'm sure you can still appreciate the poetry just the same. Okay, we've still got, I think, more than enough content to minutes. Carry on playing with that playlist. There's going to be an hour of curated footage from Badlisha Poetry Exchange, Africa, displaying some of the dizzying variety of voices, both from within the continent and outside of it, coming from African artists. We're going to be hosting podcasts and we're going to be hosting spoken word. So it's going to be a very listening heavy, poetry heavy hour, a lot like this one. So if that's your thing, then it should be a good hour to listen. I'll drop that, Irene, just in the comment section now, and I'll see you on the other side.
On we go with the playlist, I guess. All right, and we have 4 more to go here, and then Carl, if you could please put together the Badalicia stuff into a playlist that I can put on after the Spanish playlist ends, that would be wunderbar.
All right, fair enough. See you in a little bit.
All right.
Levántate y anda, Lázaro, Eusebio, Francisca, Elías o como quisieras llamarte. Corazón diminuto, marea que vacía las trompas de falopio para llenarlas de nuevo. Gerundio perpetuo y potencial que susurra al oído de quien se acerca para escucharte, tú. Luna de porcelana que cae en medio del desierto y aterroriza a las hormigas, tú. Corazón diminuto, levántate y anda. Te digo, porque todos los hombres con los que he dormido ignoran que en sus sueños yo besaba sus frentes, dejando el sello de un signo matemático similar a una metáfora. Porque todos los hombres con los que he dormido ignoran la existencia del instante caballeroso que pudo haberlo cambiado todo. Ignoran la ciudad que gravita en mi centro, sus gentes en el metro, la carne de las sirenas en el puerto pudriéndose al sol, los cráneos de las palomas que yacen mudas sobre la acera, pequeñas cruces al costado de la carretera, mascotas pixeladas con recompensa y en el vientre tú, el fruto inequívoco de todos los hombres con los que he dormido invocándote. Por eso, Lázaro, Eusebio, Francisca, Elías o como quieras llamarte, corazón diminuto, pequeña estrella que titila en mí, vida hecha dinamita en el desierto de mi vientre, tú, corazón diminuto, escucha lo que te digo. Levántate y anda, Lázaro, Eusebio, Francisca o como quisieras llamarte. Prometo borrarte mi vocabulario, simiente, semilla, fermento, aspirina, porque las metáforas mediocres son solo un pretexto para aquellar lo que ya está escrito. Sobre el cuerpo, las cicatrices cambian. Sobre los labios, ves en forma de cruz. En el útero tiritas. Que todos los hombres con los que he dormido desconocen tu existencia. Tú, corazón diminuto, Lázaro, Eusebio, Francisca, Elías o como quisieras llamarte, tú, el eco que palpita, que siempre resuena todavía. Levántate y anda, levántate y anda, levántate y anda.
No nos respete y quieres que te diga un texto, retírate para que no sirve o no, el defecto es el león. Si no te gustó como rapeo, tú sepas qué coño escucha, pero tema que te está metiendo. Pero bueno, si aquí el único que sobra eres tú, que eres con mierda, yo no me puedo pegar un tiro si no te gustó como rapeo.
En els anys 80 als Estats Units que van començar a publicar tornejos d'eslam i bé, això una cosa que antes es feia a l'antiquari però que nosaltres ara hem agafat amb el Poetry Slam Mallorca i sí que ho hem volgut obrir perquè qualsevol persona, ja sigui de rap o de poesia pues pugui venir a participar i bé, que sigui una casa que estigui oberta per tothom.
Tenemos que decir también que existe Poetry Slam en todo el mundo. En Europa está bastante afianzado y ahora a nivel nacional, en España, pues está como naciendo. Lleva como 2 o 3 añitos que se está estableciendo. Entonces nosotras formamos parte de la Red Nacional de Slam, que se celebra cada año un encuentro nacional y entonces la intención pues era eso, estar conectados con ellos y poder enviar a gente de aquí a participar en los nacionales.
perdieron la calma, no hay perdón ni solución para el que parte un corazón. Nuestra amistad no entra en tus planes.
Hi ha un parell de regles que són els poemes han de ser propis, això és el més important. Segon, han de durar menys de 3 minuts, no poden dur música, ni disfrazos, ni qualsevol cosa que et distregui de lo que és el poema en sí.
Básicamente es la poesía en escena en estado puro, la oralidad de la palabra, ¿no? Tú tienes tu cuerpo y tu voz y tienes que expresarte durante 3 minutos, ¿no? La regla de los 3 minutos pues, es un poco para que no se haga pesado, para que cada poeta tenga su tiempo, ¿no? Y luego lo que es un punto muy interesante es que el público vota.
D'autora, pecadora, clovella dels matins. Llavors, al vespre païm d'aquella no ni nostra, de la no nostra unió, ens diu que tu ets el Puigcineri i jo, com no, la puta que imputar, el bruix de la pensió.
Fins ara n'hem fet 5. Les edicions d'estiu les hem fetes a les voltes i les d'hivern, quan ja no se pot estar a l'aire lliure, pues aquí en el Bluesville.
Likeame. Postea mi perfil, estoy al hilo de tu post. Likeame sin control. Chateame, que te comparto. Actúe indecoroso, que giro cibernético.
Hay un circuito underground de poetas que a nosotros nos parecen muy buenos y que son interesantes que la gente conozca. Y entonces siempre en cada poetry, en cada edición, invitamos a alguien, a un poeta consolidado, a un orador, para que haga unos 20 minutos de muestra de poesía en escena. Hoy tenemos a los glosadores de Mallorca, Mateu Xurí y Masia Ferrer, que son espectaculares, y queríamos fundir en esta noche los diferentes estilos de poesía en escena y disfrutar de lo enriquecedor, ¿no? de cosas tan tradicionales con tan modernas, ¿no? Y siempre con un muy buen ambiente.
La pijama i el pensar fa fantasia i exhibir la voldria per com el no comparar. En Pepe va tanta via com en Déu Gadó i pausar destruir la llengua mía.
Tenemos blog donde colgamos la información actualizada de los poetas que participan, las puntuaciones, poemas, biografías de poetas invitados, y luego tenemos Facebook y tenemos Twitter.
Vamos a hacer a Facebook y a Twitter.
Creo en la revolución de la construcción del paraíso. Esferas, pulsión en la serpiente que anudada en el coxis de tu cuerpo aguarda el despertar del hombre nuevo. Gloria, no te apresures, compañero. Vamos lentos porque vamos lejos. Sonreír es el mapa del tesoro. Imaginar es la herramienta intelectual más eficaz para erigir utopías sobre el lodo. Yo era niña, triste, melancólica. Yo era una sufridora metódica, que tincelaba con dolor su pensamiento, que mojaba en sangre su pluma y escribía versos a la bruma de no entender nada de este mundo. Pero un día la alegría se asomó a una ventana sin paredes, a una ventana abierta en medio del césped, que está delante de otra ventana igual de abierta y libre, que siente su paz en el paisaje que la enmarca y que hace vibrar una corriente mágica entre tú y yo, compañero, que vamos lentos, muy lentos, porque vamos lejos. Muchas gracias.
Hoy quisiera mi palabra en una palabra, como una gota de agua en el agua. Quisiera beber de todas las fuentes, que me fueran afluente los padres del verso con Dante y Virgilio al frente, salmodiando al Aqueronte, siguiendo Orfeo. Que Sío le tejiera mi teogonía con libaciones del leteo y tragos de nemosina para seguir colmando de güero lo güero. Hoy quisiera hacer mías las penas vertidas en 1000 orillas, que hay más mar en unas lágrimas sola que en todos los mapas de 100 fragatas, que hay más vida en el seco sollozo del esclavo que en todos los mármoles de las lápidas. Y quisiera hacer mía también la alegría de todos los pueblos que al lado de un río trabajaron la arcilla, moldearon la historia y alcanzaron la gloria y la maravilla. Hoy quisiera mi palabra, en la palabra de un canto sumerio en los meandros del Tigris, mi palabra en la palabra palpitante de un Enuma Elish acadio, ebrio de Éufrates, cerveza y acierto, mi palabra en la palabra de Nefertiti, aullando a Atón, desahuciada en los márgenes del desierto. Y quisiera mi palabra en la del pirata cantor, alegre en la popa, hacia un lado, al otro Europa, y allá su frente la costa dorada de los tenentes. Mi palabra en la habanera catalana, mecida en tibiezas de septiembre. Hoy quisiera mi palabra en el agua del Ganges, arengar a los Pandava junto a Krishna, flirtear con el rey Saga, dar amparo a la rueda de Tizna. Pero hoy quisiera también el agua en mi palabra, como en las bromas sinceras, como en el ahogo de un violín que zozobra y aguanta, que naufraga y alcanza a tocar la pieza entera. Un agua en mi palabra, que desvelara mentiras, hermanara las danzas y diluyera fronteras. Un agua que renovara las vías. Hoy quisiera mi palabra en el mar de la palabra, como una gota de agua en el agua, para mantenerla limpia, para saberla viva, para celebrar el tránsito de todo aquello que sin peso vale más que todo el puto oro de las minas. Gracias.
¡Wey, Marshall! ¡Wow!
All right.
Yeah. So that's us coming to a close of our hour of Spanish spoken word. Again, just really interesting. Like not speaking Spanish, like you know, you can only understand so much of the content, but you can still kind of appreciate the poetry within it, and you know, you can distinctly recognizable as spoken word, which is always interesting in the whole discussion of you know, what constitutes spoken word. Is it a particular performance style? I don't know, but you know, there's just a lot of the conventions across languages are the same. All right, so what we're moving into now is an hour of curated content from the Badalisha Poetry Exchange. Together videos and podcasts, and as many different African voices within a 60-minute slot, essentially. We're going to kick things off with an introduction from Linda, that she with a set of different people just about the Poetry Exchange and how it came about, etc. And then we're going to start moving into hearing some of the spoken word. So yeah, that one. Wicked.
All right. It's what one? This one?
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay, cool.
All right.
All right.
We'll be back with you guys in a second.
Yep.
Just a moment where technology meets poetry, but before that, their recognizable jackets have been seen on royals, entertainers, and actors for years now, and the iconic luxury British fashion brand Barbour
We don't
now
care about
features
that part.
three. All right, from clothing now to the written word, and to end this week, a first for us, I think. I don't think we've ever done poetry on this program before. Well, the Badalisha Poetry Exchange formed an online platform in 2012 and now features 350 poets from 22 countries in Africa and the African diaspora. Each week, 2 new poets are added to the collection. I'm told it's the largest archive of audio casts by African poets in the world and houses poet profiles, interviews, as well as a podcast poetry readings in multiple African languages. So here in Johannesburg is Natalia Molabatsi, and in Cape Town you can see her now, Linda Kaoma, the Exchanges project manager. To both of you, a very warm welcome. Natalia, let me start with you. It's going to be a very rude question. I do apologize. Do people still engage with poetry, or is it becoming something of a marginal form of literature?
They do. We can't say that is mainstream, and we're not really trying to make it mainstream. All we're doing is trying to share our work. And remember, it's one of the most ancient art forms. The fact that we're here today means that we are pushing it forward and bringing it into new different spaces. I'm going to talk to you in just a moment about your involvement in this project, but let's go to Cape Town now. Linda, why the need to form this archive?
Africa has had a long history of lack of documentation. So when we first started this project, we really wanted to, we didn't want that to happen to our poets. We really wanted to document our poets for future generations. Also, we wanted a platform where poets can come and be educated about what other poets are doing across, across the continent and across the diaspora. Also, we wanted to create a global platform where our African poets can shine, because they need the exposure, and they need this exposure to generate sustainable career opportunities.
You talk about the past and a lot of work being lost previously. Is that lost forever, or have you managed to recapture some of the heritage and the history?
We are trying our hardest to recapture that. I think it's one of our greatest challenges because of a lack of documentation. We have to physically travel to these various countries to actually do research, find out who the old poets were, if the family can re-record their work and so forth. So it's quite a challenge, but we are willing to take it up. And so far, I believe we're doing a great job with the 350 poets we have.
One of those poets is Natalia. Why is this initiative important to you?
This initiative has given me an opportunity first to express myself and to share my work with a large number of people.
But you would have been expressing yourself anyway.
But also to find other poets from different countries, from different languages.
Now that you're part of this community, do you think you've become better at what you do?
I think so, because I've gotten an opportunity to listen and to interact and to share other people's work. Because it's not only about sharing my work that makes me a better poet, but it's also about engaging with other people's work and sharing. When people ask me, where do you find poetry? Where do we find your poetry? Then I can extend a bigger community, because it's not only about your work personally, but it's about being part of a community and sharing in a bigger community.
Logistically and technically, how difficult has this been for you? And perhaps more importantly, now that you've managed to get this going, how do people access it?
In the beginning, it was a very difficult journey because we didn't have the contact. And being based in Cape Town is also very limiting. We've been doing this since 2012. So we do have a lot of contacts. And so when we are able to leave the country and do the research and record the poets. We are succeeding. We just need to continue with the work that we're doing, continue with our contacts and getting more resources. I think because we have, we've established that we have 350 poets, we have an international audience, people are buying into this project. And people can access our website on bydeniciapoetry.com. We're also on Twitter and we're on Facebook. So we're trying to make this archive as easily accessible as possible.
Natalia, I'm going to give you the last word. I'm told never to give a poet the last word because I don't want you to go on for too long.
I could.
Come on, share something with us.
Hello, traveler, warrior, journey people. Hello. Welcome to these pages. These are the stages on our journey. So hello and goodbye. I will meet you at the corner. I will find you at the fringes. I will see you at the center of our forming. So, hello, traveler, warrior, journey man, troubled. Warrior, journey woman, tired but trying into the limitless sky in pursuit of roots and truth, in pursuit of the other side, in pursuit of that other side. And if any of you traveler warrior journey people ever get to the other side, tell them that we were made of flesh and blooms.
And I will see you on this program again.
I hope so.
Thank you very much indeed.
you.
Next week, a special episode as we go behind the scenes and talk to people who make great advertising happen.
So yeah, that is the Badilisha Poetry. Wow.
Yeah, the Poetry Exchange. Fantastic archiving project. And more besides that. One of the really great things that they do as well, they talked about, obviously they're building this archive, they're not just uncovering it. And a lot of what they're doing at the moment is with a series of podcasts that they're doing through, or at least one of the places you can find it is the Indie Feed page for performance poetry. If you haven't ever been there before, Indie Feed is a wonderful resource for discovering poets. And I think what we're going to be sharing now is just a couple of short podcasts from that. I believe we still have the links.
Yeah.
Unless I'm lying.
Yep. Who do we want to start? We have 10 options.
We do. Let's just go numerically. Let's just go for the first two. And then we'll play a short YouTube video afterwards.
Okay. Sure thing. Also, gotta mention, holy cow, this is a beautifully designed website.
Oh, it's gorgeous. I've been obsessed with that website for months, and I was very, very happy when I was able to get in touch with Linda and ask if they wanted to be involved in this project. Tragically too late to have Linda or anyone else in person. But yeah, thrilled and hopefully many more conversations to be had afterwards about how we can support their initiative.
Oh yeah, for sure. All right, so this is a podcast with Esther Karen Ngondo. Hope I said that
Welcome to Badilisha Poetry Radio, our unique African poetry podcasting platform. I'm Malika Ndlovu, and today we feature Tanzanian poet Esther Karen Ngondo, better known on the local circuit by her stage name Esther. This poem is entitled Chai.
Dark, hot, and spicy. He told me to bring a cup of chai. Tea, he said. Make it the way I like it, he reminded. Spiced with cinnamon and lemon, sweetened by honey and sugar. I was ready to be drunk by my master, ready to be poured into his cup and break my alabaster. Dark skin, smooth as within, delicate and vulnerable. I knew he would treat my heart the way he treated my body, the way he treated his tea, the way he liked it. Hot and spicy, sweet and tasty. He never waited for it to cool down, never waited for me to be ready, never thought that the hot chai could burn his tongue, never realized that I was too young to be drunk by a man old enough to be my father, to be exposed to a mouth that treats my hot tea with a cold heart. He touched me and I cried, sizzling my heat on his tongue. I cried, tears of pain were mistaken for pleasure. I cried, for I was that chai that I made for an unworthy tongue. I cried as he extracted from my tea every leaf that would give him more tea. I cried for the fact that he didn't care, that he defiled me. I cried that there was no one no one who could help me. The ones that I depended on had left me. They hid in their own caves, engulfed by their own fears, because we were only slaves, slaves to our master's desires. I was, he said, the special kind, for his special desires, his concubine, his Surya. I cried for the years I had spent keeping myself from my husband. I cried for my parents and my little siblings who were looking up to me. I cried, my pride gone, my taste gone, my youth gone, my love gone. All because this man wanted a taste of black chai.
I think Esther has a lovely vocal quality, and in this piece, she has shaped a powerful way of speaking to violence against young girls or women by an older man. The chai tea metaphor is fresh and poignant. There is a slave girl, white slave master, historical framing in the poem that's also done with enough subtlety, so it's really impactful. And it adds another layer to the already strong, well-structured text. I found her delivery very credible and suitably dramatic, specifically for this piece and its content. Esther Karim Ngodo is a 26-year-old poet based in Dar es Salaam and has been singing in choirs since the age of 10. After having sung soprano and alto for many years, she recently discovered her tenor voice in a band that she's now been a part of since 2006. Esther identifies herself as musician, composer, journalist, storyteller, playwright, and social activist. In 2011, she co-wrote a musical called Move, The Time Is Now. This was staged at the National Museum Theatre in Dar es Salaam, and she recently performed her original poems at the Smart Partnership Dialogue meeting in Dar es Salaam, attended by Commonwealth heads of state and various other dignitaries. Using her own life experience, Esther's passion is to unearth matters that people would preferably not talk about openly. She wants to do so to bring healing through authentic lyrics that have been birthed through her own pain and mistakes and her ongoing quest for life's purpose. Esther seeks to use art as a tool of social change by addressing issues of human rights and social justice in a way that people can relate to. Well, if this isn't steady progress on that mission, then I don't know, because from her bio and the potency that was so articulately expressed in this poem, this is what we can go by. She is on her mission and already succeeding in many ways. For more evocative and deliciously diverse Pan-African poetry, stay connected to Badilisha Poetry Radio. Remember, you can download any of these featured poets via iTunes. You can also send us some of your feedback, recommendations of poets, etc. by joining our Facebook and following us on Twitter.
And that is Esther's podcast. So that's cool.
Yeah, no, I have to agree. She's definitely succeeding in that mission. Terrific. Who are we going to be sharing next?
We are going to be sharing
Tina
from Ghana. Yeah, here we go.
All right.
Welcome to Badilisha Poetry Exchange, our unique African poetry podcasting platform. I'm Malika Ndlovu, and today's featured poet, originally from Ghana, is Tina Abena Oforiwa, offering us a visceral, wonderfully sculpted poem titled Higher Learning.
I can't explain why my father left. I remember the mug in the kitchen filled with half a cup of coffee, an ashtray with half a Marlboro stick, its fumes still lingering. Weeks after he was gone, his CK cologne could be smelt everywhere on everything, reeking of his absence. Mum took to knitting on Mondays, Bible study on Tuesdays, and all other days would sit in the darkness, the light from the TV flickering, at times refracting her loneliness. In this land, he could leave. Her dark hue was no longer beautiful. The weight of her love was breaking his back, but oh, what about Accra? All the nights in Kumasi making love to Fella's blues. Over the static line, her sisters pray, curse, dissect his reasonings, repeat in 3 different languages that she wasn't to blame. He is a man, and men leave, they say. Our ears pressed behind the door, we ate those words, didn't we? That Monday morning, your teacher asked about our father, apologized in a monotone way that these things happen and you aren't to blame. You regurgitated the knowledge you had acquired, that he is a man and men leave.
A heartbreaking poem, revealing a familiar story of a father, a husband, a man leaving, abandoning his wife and family, in this case possibly narrated by a witness-bearing daughter, watching the impact of this tragic event withering her mother, and in this way inheriting the lesson that men leave. That's what they do. This poet's evocative use of language, attention to visual detail, and the careful unfolding, or rather unraveling of the scenario, makes it a piece you want to digest deeply. Give it time to settle before digesting anything else. If not to revisit these sore images that she has conjured up, then to honor the pain of so many who have had this experience, or to ponder the untold story of why the man leaves, the complexity of why a husband and a father walks away. Tina's way with words had me hooked from the start, and I look forward to drinking more from her poetic well. Tina Abena Oforiwa is a Ghanaian-born, London-based creative writer. Although she's lived in the UK for most of her life, she says Ghana will always be home for her. She's consciously used poetry as a means to communicate the experience of growing up outside of her homeland, the feeling of displacement and the nostalgia which naturally manifests in various ways. In her own words, Tina says, "For me, poetry remains the ultimate liberating tool. It allows me to speak of things I wouldn't ordinarily engage with others about on a day-to-day basis, and to feel no reproach." I hope you enjoyed this week's dose of poetry on our unique African poetry podcasting platform, Badilisha Poetry Exchange. If you'd like to download any of our featured poets, you can find them on iTunes and stay up to date about poetry happenings, conversations, and share your thoughts by joining our Facebook page or following us on Twitter.
And that was Tina Abena Oforiwa. So, yeah, she was great. I love that poem. All right, so it is time for a YouTube video.
I've just realized I was on mute. I was trying to talk about the poem and thought you were just talking over me.
Right. Come on. So what were you saying?
I really, really loved the piece. And obviously it was very, I find it interesting that kind of hasn't been told, or at least she was based there, sorry. I think there's some cities add a flavor to poems. I don't know any country other than the UK enough to distinguish it, but I could recognize that straight away, which was interesting. London has got a very, very visual style and a very slow, relaxed attention to detail. That it kind of, that a lot of its best writers kind of do without compromising their own narrative voice, which I think Tina definitely didn't. It was still a really high quality poem, but yeah, the kind of the traces that cities as well as countries leave on people. That's something I think I'm kind of interested in. I wonder how much attention you'd have to pay and how well you'd have to know a country's spoken word before you were able to detect any of those differences. I don't know, that was just something I was thinking about. Anyway, let's move on to one of the spoken word videos.
Yeah, let's.
Seas, crisp and cross into infinity. The
Oh.
night glow lights the waters are dark, shining high, swelling high, plunging low. How many full moons pass with the sting from the sea's sun? Ancestral spirits, come, bind him, take him home. Sails, punched back, swinging on the wind, carry the lost words of his name. In this sea world is another boy. Sambo's elegy, no rhyme or reason. Lying at the site of Sambo's grave, waiting for full earth to speak to me, waiting for buried bones to whisper as a flow of fears floods through me. I'm held here at Loon River's estuary, caught in fear, not daring to go down again into the ship's deep belly, the slaving schooner moored off the coast, its cargo hold gasping with bodies unable to stretch out. Heaving, I breathe out each heady in breath of dreaming, chipping me into the craft's dark stench, weighted with iron, smelling of vomit, the sickly death of ship, this fear, the surging, billowing, rolling never stops, and I bang, holler, cry out, moaning in my body, let me out, let me go, sweating as I reach up in the black recess. I search for God, grip tight to that faith like a light shaft, like a slippery light raft. Merciful Allah, hold me, merciful Allah, avenge me. Invoking old forces, pagan ways, my ancestors, my expiring neighbor, anyone, anything sacred, please spare me from this trial of hopelessness, faithlessness. For months, no sight of man, only the world of self-contained, lashing brine, the ship on foaming sea. Men become beasts, bloodied, brutally beaten, raped, spewed on deck. Lying at the sight of Sambo's grave, waiting for full earth to speak to me, waiting for buried bones to whisper as a flow of tears floods through me. Poet, reluctant to reconnect, I reach out, switch on my bedside lamp, waking with terrors that will not leave me.
And that was Dorothy Smart, and I don't know if you could hear it because it was a very, very quiet poem, but
I couldn't hear it well.
No? Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah.
Not the best.
Oh, well. Well, I mean, that's okay.
No, yeah, and all of these playlists are public as well, so if there's anything that you wish you'd heard a little better or that you want to hear again, just head over to the YouTube channel and give it a listen. If it's the podcast, obviously go straight to the Bad Alicia Poetry Exchange website. They deserve your time and your views on their website because they're obviously doing just incredible work.
Yeah, totally. I completely agree. Like, if you just have like some free time or anything of any variety, of any like length, I would totally go over to the Bad Alicia Poetry Exchange website and just listen to some podcasts because it's just nice They have so many wonderful poets, and it's beautiful. Speaking of podcasts, shall we listen to some more?
Why not?
All right. Let's do that.
Seems to be the cool, hip way to spend.
Yeah.
All right. I know Anis Mojgani is somewhere on this list. I'm looking forward to when he kind of bubbles up to the surface. I don't know what's better though, being able to hear poets who are like really shock and astound me, or just having, being able to wait and hear these new voices I hadn't heard before and just see them brought to the forefront, and just listen to their wonderful work. I think it's all good. It's all good.
Yes, it is all good, and I love it. But right about now, we are going to be listening to Yewande Omotoso, yes, from Nigeria. Woo!
Hey!
Hey!
You're listening to Badilisha Radio, an online platform showcasing and celebrating poetic voices from across Africa and the diaspora. I'm Bali Vilagaz. Yewande Omotoso was born in Barbados and grew up in Nigeria. Her debut novel, Bomb Boy, was shortlisted for the 2012 Sunday Times Literary Awards, the Mnet Film Awards. It won the South African Literary Award for First Time Author Prize. She writes to make sense of her world. Omotoso views her writing as a tool for compassion and evoking self-examination. This is her poem, The Death Wish.
The Death Wish. Sometimes I wish for being a wife and having children to take to soccer practice. Being a bored housewife with a more bored husband, a man who sneaks to find sex somewhere wetter, more dangerous. I wish for this, for shopping lists with shaving cream at the top and, honey, I need new vests. I wish for this, for an accustomed to dullness, instead of holding my breath all the time, hoping for magic, hoping to be touched, be adored. I want something usual and regular and broken. I want my fairy tale splayed in front of me, begging but bleeding. I want to arrive in the land of the settled, distracted by money, numbed. It's the closest thing to dying without having to be buried. And sometimes I wish for this.
That was The Death Wish by Yewande Omotoso. I loved this poem, a tongue-in-cheek commentary on the experience of marriage from the poet's perspective, witty, observant, and humorous. The tone with which the piece is delivered further emphasizes the sense of dread and boredom the poet associates with the act of marriage. Lines like, shopping lists with shaving cream at the top, or and accustomed to dullness instead of holding my breath in all the time, hoping for magic, or the combination of something usual and regular and broken. It's a conversational style of writing, and it works. Ultimately, of marriage, she says, it is the closest thing to dying without having to be buried. And sometimes, it would seem, she wishes for this. Does she really? Thank you for tuning in. Remember, you can find us on iTunes under the podcast section. We also have a channel on boza.mobi. We are Badilisha Poetry. Make your selection, download, and enjoy.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was great. I want to hear it again, but we don't have time. We've got to give everyone else their space.
Yeah, man. Yes. I just loved how she just weaved together all those words, and they were depicting normality, but they were doing it in such a non-normal fashion, and it was just it was great. I loved it. All right, so next up we have Dami Ajayi. Right.
All right.
It's great to have you hooked up to Badilisha Poetry Radio. I'm Malika Ndlovu, and today's featured poet is a medical doctor, Dami Ajayi, from Nigeria. This is his refined and intimate poem of witness, of deep listening. It's called Romasinda Blues.
The man with the broad pate is what 7. We are mere gatekeepers. Romasinda. Isn't that upper room glossolalia? But Keke says it's a synonym for God, the answer to all things. The beauty of intactness has made science God's aficionado. But bantry angels commit glitches that seep right out of God's showroom, like a set of identical twins who need alloperidol. Hallows for pretty dolls. Out of context is a new differential for intactness. But who will buy reality's wool when silken fantasies cast silver spangles on man's consciousness? Let my mind also play tricks on me, make my wishes flagellate like wands at the magician's conference. Anything but alloperidol for this schizophrenic poet. Romasinda. Isn't that upper room glossolalia? Okeke says it's a synonym for God, not the answer to all things.
Dami Ajayi's rich and textured voice conveys as much resonance and compassion as do his words. In his contextualizing introduction as a doctor poet, it's most valuable, in my opinion, for him to also embrace the question of whether much of what gets diagnosed or dismissed as psychiatric or mental illness could actually be unrecognized genius. This is a skillfully woven text, and it's clearly rooted in his experience. A beautiful tribute to his patient, and it's evidently an empathetic piece as he brings the voice and reality of his patient to life. This is also one of the aspects of the work of a poet, or even poetry's work, to shed light into the shadows, onto those who have been rendered invisible and voiceless. This poem, Romasinda Blues, also reminded me of Kwame Dawes's Hope's Hospice poems, where Kwame, in his collaboration with the photographer, exquisitely embodies the stories of patients dying of AIDS and their caregivers, this edge of life reality context that they are living in. In that instance, it was in Jamaica. Definitely look that up as well. Dami Ajayi, as I said, is from Nigeria and has been penning down poems since he was 11. His debut collection, entitled Clinical Blues, has notoriously remained in manuscript form until it was shortlisted for the 2012 Melita Hume Prize. Dami's poems have also appeared in several reputable journals in Africa, Europe, and America. For more evocative and deliciously diverse Pan-African poetry, stay connected to Badilisha Poetry Radio. And remember, you can also download any of these featured poets on iTunes and send us your feedback or recommendations of poets by joining our Facebook page or following us on Twitter.
Hey, I'm glad she was able to provide that extra context. A lot of it was lost on me without being able to read it from the start. But no, that was, yeah. It was a really great poem. I'm really glad to have heard that.
It was beautiful, and I really liked how the podcast. I don't even know what they call them. I'll just call them the podcaster. How she was talking about how he's giving a voice to the voiceless in a very, very poetical sort of manner. Because I feel like that's a lot of what we do as poets, oftentimes. Yeah. Oh, there's yeah.
All right.
Now it's time for a video.
Lems to say, I've had the pleasure of seeing this man in person once, and he was absolutely incredible. Where was it? It was at the MAC, which is the Midlands Arts Centre. And it was to a room full of like creative and cultural practitioners. And it was just incredibly inspiring talk about kind of the role of the arts and cultural education in changing the lives, particularly of young people. And it was just the most inspiring thing in the bloody world. So, yeah, let's hear some of his poetry.
Yeah, all right. Hope we can all hear it.
Yeah, let's hope we can.
Arrived at the multi-dimensional war, where diplomats chew it up and spew it up, and we stand like orphans. I'm talking about England here.
Oh, go on, restart it quick.
Cool.
Restarting.
The next poem's called Remember How We Forgot. We don't cram around the radio anymore. We have arrived at the multi-dimensional war, where diplomats chew it up and spew it up, and we stand like orphans. I'm talking about England here. And we stand like orphans with empty cups. There will be no peace, for the press release said the likelihood of war is on the increase. All we know is all we don't. Will you go to war? I won't. We'll be soaked in a potion, massaged with a lotion to calm the embers of fire. There's nothing as quick as a liar. Don't you learn your lesson? Are you so effervescent that when they say day is day and it's dark in your window, you say, okay, and listen more tomorrow? Seems you heard the trigger word. You are spaced to be replaced. Your dreams defaced. Heavy questions quickly sink, leaving no trace. It's a spiked drink. What kind of trip are you on? Don't you remember the last one? Remember how we forgot about Vietnam, Afghanistan? Will you fall to stand for a dream you haven't seen? I'm afraid you will. You have taken the pill, and you are totally stoned on war. Media hype. The slogans they write, it's not all it takes to set you alight. There's nothing better than a doped mind for a young unemployed man to sign. Figures go down, young men sign up. Or better when they're losing votes than to erupt into the uniting sound of war fever. We need unity now more than ever. We shall only attack to righteously defend. Paranoia seeps in. Are you one of us or one of them? Slogans fall like hard rain as the government calls for its children to break down the walls of someone, somewhere, in some country that is suddenly so vital to our history. Young men hanging their own fear. But we don't cover that story. Not here. Not when there's a battle that has to be won. Don't you understand there's a war going on? More than ever, we should pull together. These are the days of stormy weather, where the patriots show their faces, the nationalists recruit places. As the fear of the foreigner arises, the race attack count rises. Victims of the small island mentality. England is no mother country. He holds the fear of the awakening. Oh, his shivering, shores breaking like those in the Middle East did when he tried to pick. Will you take it? Will you take this without question? Fall in line with the press, the poet, the politician. Remember how we forgot about Vietnam, Afghanistan. Will you fall to stand for a dream you have not seen? I'm afraid you will. You have taken the pill and you are totally stoned on war.
Yeah, I really want to see him live now.
Yeah, you should. He's just you. Even then, you can kind of understand the way he takes control of a room. He is one of the best physical performers I know. He just he can just stand and be in control of a room, and you know that's even before you get into the strength of his poetry and his words. Just the great power has in his insight and his gift of language, obviously, just in being able to distill what, you know, for many of us is a very complicated issue around, not necessarily a complicated issue, just complicated to explain around the effects of media propagation and just these difficult times where we, the rise of UKIP and all the rest of it. But he can talk about that and talk about it in a way that's constructed, in a way that is clear and succinct, and yeah, it's just really, really talented.
Yeah.
All right, we have got another 10 minutes, well, another 12 minutes on this. I don't know if we want to apply any kind of selective. We don't know enough of the people on the list. We're just going to have to carry on. Shall we go for the last two? Let's go for the last two because otherwise they would have never got picked. So let's try and have the last, and maybe the last video, and that will probably bring us past 10.
All right, cool beans. I can do that.
Wicked. Yay.
Right.
All right, yeah. Wow.
Wow. All right. Azila Talit Reisenberger from South Africa. That is a very South African name. So, yeah. All right. Go.
All right, let's go.
I'm Malika Ndlovu. Welcome to our unique African poetry podcasting platform, Badilisha Poetry Radio. As your host for today, it gives me great pleasure to introduce a sister poet that I've met and who I truly think has her own way with words. This is Azila Talit Reisenberger with a deliciously feminist poetic duet of short pieces entitled Freedom and Feminine Conformity.
Azila Talit Reisenberger. Freedom. Today I went to my lingerie drawer and resolutely searched for my bloomers. Out came the tiny lacy things in pink and black. Out came the G-strings and tangas, the polka dots and the red little flowers. I've had enough of beauty that itches, sexy lace that scratches, coquettish little things that get stuck, or something high-legged that has to be pulled down all the time. Now I'm comfortable, ready to be wrapped and hugged by old-fashioned cotton that covers me wall to wall. After years of being hidden, I found my bloomers right at the bottom of the drawer. I brought them into the sunlight and smiled. Feminine conformity. A few months ago, I wrote that I had had enough of my sexy lingerie and looked for my bloomers. I was proud of my freedom just to be. I decided that it was better to be wrapped and hugged wall to wall by old-fashioned cotton than to be itched and scratched by lacy little things. But a few weeks went by and I realized that I had eternity to be covered in cotton shrouds. I thought, what is a little discomfort for a coquettish sensation if it puts a spring in my step and makes the world know that I'm still in the race?
I love Azila's accent and knowing that she is one of a rare breed a female rabbi, makes these liberating poems about sexuality and lingerie twice the joy to listen to. Her animated delivery, her witty tone rooted in the lines, makes these succinct poems juicy and humorous tidbits to visualize. At first, I wasn't sure why version 2 of the poem was offered here, as if written in the first person and then the second person. But on listening again, I realized that it was the converse of the same incident, a point where the story was reflected in two poems from opposite perspectives, in a way precisely fulfilling the mission of these poems, which is to express a woman's freedom of choice and liberation from fashion and social trends or norms, claiming her right to comfort above rejected notions of beauty or appropriate behavior. The second poem affirming the right to embody apparent contradictory feelings and actions. Indeed, a woman can be and have it all. Atzila Talit Reisenberger is an award-winning author who has had poetry, short stories, and a novel published in Israel, the UK, the US, Germany, and South Africa. Two of her plays, Adam's Apple and The Loving Father, were staged at the renowned South African National Arts Festival in Grahamstown. She heads the Hebrew section in the School of Languages and Literatures at the University of Cape Town. Atzila is renowned for her passionate lectures and articles on gender issues and feminist theology in the Bible. Since 1990, she has served as the rabbi of Temple Hillel, a progressive Jewish community in East London, South Africa. She lives in Cape Town with her husband and 3 children. To access a copy of her poetry book entitled Life in Translation, go to the publisher's website, which is www.modjajibooks.co.za. I hope you enjoyed this week's dose of poetry on our unique African podcasting platform, Badilisha Poetry Radio. If you'd like to download any of our featured poets, you can find them on iTunes and stay up to date about poetry happenings, conversations, and share your thoughts by joining our Facebook page or following us on Twitter.
Alrighty.
Woo!
Was
I'm not quite sure how we managed to get 10 hours and 20 minutes into a spoken word live stream without a feminist poem. I don't know how we did that.
I know. Well, then again, it kind of depends on what you define as feminist, I suppose, because it has different meanings in different circles. But yeah, like to have one that was like, you know, straight up like, yep, this is a feminist poem. There's going to be mention of the word feminine or anything with the root word of femin. Yeah.
So yeah, it was a great poem. It was a wonderful, wonderful, cheeky, great poem. That was fun. Okay, let's move on quickly. Yeah.
All right. So next up we have Abdurrahman Waberi from Djibouti. Hey. Ooh, and en français.
I'm Malika Ndlovu. Welcome to our unique African poetry podcasting platform, Badilisha Poetry Radio. As your host, it gives me great pleasure to introduce the work of Abdurrahman Waberi from Djibouti. His poems here are translated and read by Nancy Naomi Carlson. The 2 pieces we're sharing with you are called Truce and Sketch 1.
Truth. I scatter my voice all over the town. There, water outlines time. I mingle my body with fragrances rising from night. There, I drown my distress. I search in your eyes for our quarrels from long ago, defeated clans weaving the canvas of strife. I ask the succulent plants to return my tender memory. Unsure, you listen to the whir of my cracks. Postpone till tomorrow the night's approach. Sketch 1. I'm the one who intones I'm never alone. I chat with my drafts, shade in spaces, invent little tales like the one of that family whose pose is awkward, caught by the studio camera's lens.
This is definitely the work of a skilled wordsmith and image maker. I thoroughly enjoy the stillness somehow conveyed by the poet's voice and also richly layered in these poems. Aside from Nancy's calm, intentional speaking of these lines, this anchored sound at the center of what she says communicates and evokes the images and metaphors even more vividly because of how she allows these words, pauses, and line breaks to work in service of the meaning. This is the work of Abdurrahman Wabiri, a prize-winning writer from Djibouti, whose work has been translated into a multitude of languages. These poems come from his only collection of poetry entitled The Nomads, My Brothers, Will Drink from the Big Dipper. Muslim by birth, Wabiri's themes include the nomadic life, colonial and post-colonial hardships, exile, Arabic language, the Jewish writers, and Djibouti's harsh climate. Most importantly, these poems, like his novels, short stories, and essays, carry the important message of tolerance. He is an assistant professor of Francophone literature at the George Washington University. And Nancy Naomi Carlson, who delivered his poems to us, is the author of 3 collections of her own, as well as critically acclaimed Stone Liar, Poems of Renee Shah. Nancy Naomi Carlson's translations and non-translated work have appeared in journals such as the Iowa Review, Poetry, the Western Humanities Review, and are forthcoming in the Georgia Review. She is also associate editor for Tupelo Press. I hope you enjoyed this week's dose of poetry on Badilisha Poetry Radio. And if you'd like to download any of our featured poets, you can find them on iTunes or stay up to date about poetry happenings, conversations, and to share your thoughts with us on Facebook or follow us on Twitter.
All right. Yeah. When she was actually talking about how Wabiri writes about, generally life in Djibouti, that's fascinating to me because, Djibouti is a country that, you don't generally hear about,
No, it's a country I know almost nothing about. So yeah, that might be somebody who I have to look up.
Yeah.
Afterwards, somebody who's going to be worth reading. It sounds incredibly prolific as well. Stories, essays, as well as being a professor. Very prolific writer there. Would to hear more of his work. All right, so we are at the end of our hour of being shared with Badilisha Poetry Exchange, and it's been a bloody wonderful hour. A lot of really, really great poetry that I would have never heard of personally, and I'm sure many of our viewers and listeners haven't either. So what we were going to be moving into now was going to be an organizational hangout, but just due to time constraints, there's almost nobody who can attend this session. So instead, what we're going to do is we're just going to share some of the entries to our own Pangaea Poetry Slam from last year. So these are 19 videos from a variety of spoken word artists from a bunch of different places. It's really great diversity, some really great poems in there, and we really hope you enjoyed them. I did send the link, Katie. You didn't have to go searching. Cool. All right. We hope you enjoy it. Katie, your microphone's muted. Let's fix that.
Thank you very much. All right, and then mute yourself because I think that you're going to be causing some interference.
Saying I breathe funny, is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying you're interfering.
Alright, that's good.
Woo!
Let's talk. Shoot the breeze, chew the fat, chinwag, have a natter. Sure, we can use words, they play their parts. Without words, there would be no gossip, no idle banter. There would be no bickering, back chat, bitching or bemoaning. Talk, it can be said, is cheap. Without words, now there lies the real skill of conversation. How empty the spoken word of love can be, with hidden eyes and folded arms telling a different story. With words, lies can flow slick and fast, slipping off the tongue, well-oiled and convenient. How easy it is to say something, but to mean it, to show truth and reveal your heart with love. Do you need words? Does a kiss, an act of kindness, a touch, speak louder than the noise and breath and syllables of a salesman? We are instruments, musicians of our bodies. A violin screeches in the hands of the inexperienced. Let us sing with care and craft and passion. Our instruments soaring and playing together, perfect foils of harmony and melody. And between each note, let us cherish the space and pause. For every sound is born from silence, and it is within those quiet moments that the most beautiful music of all is to be heard. If you want to know my true feelings, look at how I cradle you through the night in my arms. Hear my words of affection within my steady gaze. Take my hand. We need not speak to hold a conversation. For in my hands, I hold more than all the words, more than all the ways to show you how I feel. So, let's talk.
I live in a bird bath. Only visit when I need to clean up, which isn't often because I like the smell of dirt. It reminds me that at one point we were all just nothing. Figments of someone's imagination laying on the sidewalk in their prefrontal cortex like ideas waiting to become realities, you see. The day you kissed my hands and told me you still loved me, I promised I'd never hurt you again, but we were just an idea, you, who've always been like a baby bird learning to fly, falling, falling, falling until it realizes it has wings. You were constantly falling, but always beautiful. I was an abandoned car, done waiting to be driven back home. It was okay, just the way it was supposed to be. No more late nights at the gas station, filling up on miles lost the night before, or searching for parking spaces that never, ever existed. It was over. You asked me, what happens to hills after all the ants have gone? I said, look at me. I'm empty, blank, daring you to use your most eloquent words just so you'll erase them afterwards. Maybe the Black Widow will never love again, but I will. Just not you. Not you.
Remember when his fingertips stroked your cheeks, electric seemed to pulse from the inner sanctum to everywhere. You blushed prettily. It was your one and only.
He's gone now. Remember first day of school? Nerves rushed through you then, too. You were so scared to ride the bus home. You couldn't speak when the driver flew past your stop. Mommy was all flashing lights and beeping car horns until you pulled over. Mommy smelled like home when she held you. Remember when that off-campus housing burned and those students you didn't know died? You cried anyway because you may have met them in a lecture hall or a fast food restaurant or that one neighborhood pub that had the fishbowl glasses. The entire neighborhood smelled of charred flesh and hair. You couldn't stand the smell of bacon for weeks. Remember when Daddy had a drink on his table? It looked like that one popular, I can't remember the name. You took a big old swig and swallowed it. Your eyes watered and that shit burned like lava exploding in your stomach. He didn't get mad at you for drinking a scotch. He said, that's what you get if you don't ask first. You learned. Which one of your even prescriptions is either the one with the blue writing or the red? It's supposed to be for high blood pressure or maybe diabetes. Did you take the morning ones? Remember when your eyes didn't have floaters in front of them? And then you could read and sign paperwork without someone reading it to you? You used to read all the time. Only happiness in this piece of shit town. Gone. Remember walking without stooping over so much? Your grandson mimics you, his hip on his hand. You laugh. But it hurts almost as much as using that damn cane. Remember when laughing didn't cause embarrassing leaks? Spraying the underwear that you have, more like pull-ups in those sexy garters you used to wear. You would strut down the street, heads turn and making people stop in their tracks. Now they stop to move out of your way in case you stumble. Remember when the shifting of the seasons was more about the smell of Easter lilies, daffodils, and practicing baby making than the aches in your hips when it rains, and how authors started talking in your joints, making knuckles a swollen map of sewing, swerving towels on your knees, and bread kneading. Remember when? Remember when your memories weren't so damn elusive and you didn't curse so damn much. You didn't have a whatchamacallit and your mind wasn't a foggy soup of thoughts. Clarity. Remember when you danced under the moonlight? The feeling was out of sight? Was that you? You can't remember.
Hi, I'm Mona. This is my entry for the Pangaea Poetry Slam. I'm a huge Game of Thrones fan, and my favourite character is Daenerys, Stormborn, and House Targaryen, and you can see her sigil on my city here. That's her 3 dragons. So yeah, this is my homage to Daenerys from Game of Thrones, the Dragon Queen. I am the Dragon Queen, my flawless flesh forged in fire and sin, and he has no inkling as he glides his hungry hand with the soul under my skin, of the danger he is in, the furnace in my belly that will crown him with dead gold. I am traded like a horse for the sake of my face. I bring a warlord to his knees with nothing but grace, and no, I am never asked where my heart lies. I know it keeps pace with the fierce, burning heart of the dragon. I am the war prize made warrior, and as my monster king plunders the earth till it bleeds, my hair remains white as bone.
I soften his fists with the oceans in my eyes, always looking forward, though longing for home. I will eat men's hearts for as long as it takes, and I will have my throne. I am the dragon's heir. I thrive, even if the desert drowns me. I will lead my people through the darkness unflinchingly, and at the center of my power, you will find my virginity. I am the dragon's queen. And as I weep our grief, I am reformed in fire. I will resurrect legends from the funeral pyre, and I will make kings tremble as the flames lick higher. I am the mother of dragons. I command love over respect and fear. Every head that will roll will hold the death of the fear. And though I have never seen the throne I crave, I will challenge every sneer from every man who deems me unworthy. For I have a dragon's heart. And after the iron throne is rusted, and all dreams return sour, when the sun sets in the eyes of my weapons and receives the darkest hour, at the center of my fragility, you will find my power. For I eat the heart of the dragon. Heed me and learn that nothing men can forge can shake my resolve. I am the dragon queen. Kneel or burn. This one's called Backing Up. There was a time when we fought over dirty secrets, spread as easy as morning Nutella and a generous helping of crust that was chomped, chewed and regurgitated. There was a time when apologies for the trivial and benign were absolute and sure, and we were so sure of ourselves. We carried our feet across the playground as though we were the single mothers of 4 rebellious toddlers and the butt of everyone's apathy. We dropped off, often enough, climbed up again along the spout of another group or another year, another friend or another enemy. We were never bored enough. Slanted mouths, we rarely smiled. Tall backs, arms hooked. The rose extended further than the friendship. But we knew that with all the madness, we were the somebodies. And we made the somebodies. We gossiped and we fought and we laughed in between, and there was the day of the hockey stick fight. We were right and they were wrong, and there was none of that ground in between. So we demanded our apologies. There was the day I granted her head, licked the cowardice off my lips, and thrust her back and back to me. She was fearless and frozen. The back again, clenching onto her hair like she was a ragdoll, and the thump of the wood against her head spoke over the feeble cries of 6 spectators. Six of them, and tongue stretching the palms didn't intervene, and for a second I questioned if this is how my father felt as he crushed my mother's head against the window of our bathroom. Back again, and again, and again, and again, and I'd let her go now, but we were still going back, and now I was being held back, my back against the kitchen door, light legs and unable to breathe, dragged into a room at the back, arms against my back, and I can see the back of his head, and only the back of his head. Now my back's against the chair, and I'm being told, think back. Text what you can. And now I have gone as far back
as I could, without dizzying myself. I have licked the field to 50 feet. Only of a half-hearted attempt at things. Goodbye. I need to be pulled up. Have the dirt brushed off my back and pushed forward.
Who doesn't write anymore? I have become desensitized to the beauty. Fingers upon keys, no longer pen upon paper. The steady tapping eating away at our minds until all that is left is the words of other people, other machines. The soft sound of our worrying is now a lullaby, but drives us to insanity. Our feet still firmly on the pedal, pushing us forward, progressing us further, shrouding us in darkness, in a constant search for a connection. The feed, they jokingly call it, but all comedy comes from tragedy. How long before we cannot survive without it? Become dependent, addicts on our own form of madness, to our own form of madness. Shoot me up. It's already started. We're emptying out. Shells now. Searching, always searching for a connection. Plug me in. Lead me out. Connect me.
We look to death for our heroes, and only the heroes die young, in the seat of a car or with a needle so far in the veins where the narcotics flow. The self-destructive impulse, we admire them for being the star, with a hunger for speed and the life we could lead if only we could be what they are. And the whirlwind of so many parties, with influential people to meet, a contract to make them a legend, a household name on every street. It won't be long before we tell their life story, how an unknown made it to fame. The photos will flash and the journalists will cash in on their bankable name, merchandising their interests, a superstar put up for sale, to the adulation of the public who need to know each and every detail. The constant media coverage, never out of the public eye, the danger of losing self-interest in the life of excess they can buy. People who just want them for sex, they travel along for the ride, with the power to seduce the roller coaster abuse, the sickening feeling inside. With too many nights outside of their body, the injection of an American dream, the chemical ecstasy betrayed in their eyes of the uncertain future they've seen. Are we not the slaves to Morrison's grave, the burning wheels of James Dean's car, the prescription note for Michael Jackson, or set to the strings of Hendrix's guitar? What part have we played in their untimely deaths? What heroes are made from their short-lived success on the road to fame? I guess we're all on the mend, like show business agents who want their share of the take.
Hey guys, Firefly here, and this one is called Permanent Pen. Silly girl, you Asians aren't real people. You're all the same, aren't you? You're communists, you're prostitutes, you run the hibachi place and the nail salon. You're not real people. You're not teachers, you're not leaders, you're not actors, poets, or dreamers. Hearing that every day kind of wears a girl down after a while. The dresses of my people. Know what they mean? Because I saw them on some famous white ladies who clearly don't give a crap. It means I'm proud to be Chinese, to be Asian. Think about our cultures, yes, plural, all of us, Chinese, Vietnamese, Japanese, Korean, Cambodian, Laotian, Burmese, Indian, Malay, Thai, Filipino, just to name a few. None of them the same, each beautifully and diversely different. They are thousands and thousands of years of history, of pain, struggle, strife, war, beauty, love, art, poetry, song, dance, majestic mythical legends, stories that will stand the test of time. The strongest women in the world who've eaten more salt than they have rice. They walked through wars, both foreign and homegrown. They struggled past bound feet and cultural revolutions to find a place in the world of their own. And then we bound a sisterhood of diaspora throughout the world, keeping the old ways, the food, the stories alive, skillfully dancing along the lines of assimilation and erasure. All of that is not for you to appropriate. It's not for you to put yellow makeup on to slant your eyes and say ching chong. We were printing books and inventing the compass long before Columbus decided to get lost on his way to God knows where and accidentally on purpose invent the slave trade, okay? We have been putting up with this shit since Bridge on the Damn River Kwai, since John Wayne thought he looked like Genghis Khan, since Full Metal Jacket, since MASH. We put up with it every time we are told we are too yellow to be American. See, dear white people, here's the thing though, we are. We came to this country to build it just like you. We came with our dreams, and here's the damn miracle, you haven't crushed them yet. Every damn day in this country, Asian women, old, young women, immigrants, illegal and not, are getting up and out of bed, going to work amidst cat calls. Some of us are lucky, others are not. Many are still doing the work that white women turn their noses up at, and they're still trying to come in droves because through some miracle, they still have the American dream and you have not crushed it yet. Do you understand now? Do you understand the majesty, power, beauty, and strength that you are trying to cheapen and mock every time you put on a bastardized kimono, a crap cheongsam, messed up our dye, sexualized sari? We are so much more than just your cultural drag fest. We are so much more than just food for you to eat. Go hop a rice cooker if that's the only thing that gets you off about us. We have survived too much to be where we are and who we are. We deserve more than this, than to be reduced to material symbols of our culture. We are more than anime, than dumplings, than chopsticks, tea pals, and communists, and we are allowed to ask to be more, and we will ask loudly to be more. We are not sensitive, we are not crazy, we are not on our periods just because we have the courage to stand up and say we are proud to be who we are, and we will not let you take that away. So consider this poem written in permanent pen, because I will never let my voice be erased again. Thank you guys, this one was for the Pangaea Poetry Slam. Please like and share the video if you liked it, and check out all the other super talented poets who submitted as well. I'm putting a link to the other entries in the description below. Thanks!
Hello, one and all. This is my entry for the Pangaea Poetry Slam, which will be starting on the 1st of April and will be continuing for 4 weeks for those of you who don't know what it is. It should be a good event. There's poets from all over the world sending poetry in to one location via YouTube, and it will be judged by the number of likes on poems at the end of each week. So if you like my poem and you think it deserves to be a winner, then please like it and go onto the Pangaea Poetry's website. I will find a link for appear somewhere here. We'll see if I can do that. All right. Now, what you should do is you should go onto the website, have a look at the entries section, and watch the videos and find the ones that you like and you think are good, and like them, and then you know it will all go towards a good cause for poetry and poetry. Now, I don't have the best recording equipment, as you can possibly tell, so I'll be using a recording from the event I went to a couple of weeks ago, which was kind of recorded by Ben Jackson. So, this one's called Portrait.
I heard there is a message from the moon locked in my own image. If I can find the time to look for it. According to the truth I found lodged in my first breath. When will I see myself in the mirror again? It's been years since I saw my own face, and it shows. The hot water of the shower coats me, holds me like a prayer, writes a message to me on the bathroom mirror, hidden beneath the shower. When I wipe away the mist, revealing a portrait of myself, a message saying, "This is you." But I get to know one another. Is this a flower I see before me? Or just a whistle-stop tour of all the ways to waste time on beauty? Dance with me now, as I bless you along by all the times I wanted to know the answers that lurk beneath the sheets. Sleep with me now. Through the night, rise in the dawn of this, my love affair with life to the dusk, when bed sheets wrap around my ankles in the purity of the moment ice just beyond our grasp, amid soiled pillowcases and molting wings of duvets throwing feathers onto the expanse of my mattress lay with me. And each kiss steering my soul, but kissing and do, burning my heart to a cinder so that he was bandaged on the night. And he rose on that bandage, scrawled, "I know I killed you, but I'll do it again, because it felt so good to me." Once the earth was made, it was not a prime job, it was certainly not a masterpiece. Corners were cut, which, as you may know, just makes more corners. So many were cut, in fact, that the jagged edges are so close together, it looks like the world was made out of curves. These celestial spheres are alive. Do not cut yourself in all the corners, and you are made of corners, so that will be quite a feat. And when you do draw it in the colours of the sunrise, not the sunset, beautiful as it may be. Perhaps one day, in my capacity as Adam's grandchild, world-weary and done, I will drag the sum of our lives back to the gates of Eden, lay it at the feet of God, and say, "What now?" And he said to me, now you get out of this alive. Enjoy yourself. It's later than you think. In that moment, where it got lodged in my dying breath, I said, "I will do it all again," because it felt so sweet to me.
I believe that each one of us is a universe. And to put it simply, I want to explore your solar system and travel to your dwarf planets. No, that is not an innuendo. And if you'd like, I'll let you visit mine. Maybe we can find a place that fits us perfectly. The moon in your eyes, the sun on your lips. I want to drink every last drop of sunlight and forget that when I get home, it's not going to matter anymore. But it matters now. So unlike the bruises that seem to overlap, I want you to stand out. Like a duck in a flock of geese, they don't know what the hell it's doing there, but it doesn't mind. I want to remember you. Like last Sunday's dinner, I know it was good, but the details are a bit foggy, like fake smoke at that crappy school dance that your mom made you go to because she had never gone. And unlike the scars that I can't seem to remember getting, I want to remember this mark, this place, this you. I want to remember you because you make me believe. You, your cunning words, your ridiculous laugh, and your slurred speech, like you're drunk off of the midnight air. You make me believe that I can do anything. And now I know that I can, even without you by my side. So thank you for your patience. Because like your house key, I thought that I could only open one door, but would you look at that? Thank you for not underestimating me. It really means a lot. Just promise me you won't get disappointed when I fall flat on my ass every once in a while, because even the greatest of us fall, and well, I guess I don't need to tell you that, but regardless, thank you. It's been a great adventure.
It is a black tree on a blue sky kind of day, with all things in bright contrast. It is so much easier to shake off the clutch of worry when the sky is so eager to take it from you. And I swear, the scent of spring dirt is pure distilled hope that we all spend months waiting to get a shot of. But the grace of all this sun and space is not as strong as toughness of nerves and walking of shoulders. And all these folders piled and stuffed in every corner, and watches ticking, beeping, blaring, careful notches of all my failings. I am so busy squinting at myself, I cannot see a perfect web of silent cracks, or the beauty of this black tree on blue sky kind of day, with all things in contrast. Grace, peace, chains, space, hope, and fear, hope and fear.
I've got a confession to make, and it makes me a bad person, despite knowing better. I fancy Kim Kardashian. And not in a laddie way. I don't go full on wreck her when she comes on TV. Now my heart actually flutters when it looks like she looks at me. I'm obsessed with her. I can list all her exes in chronological order, and I watched a sex tape just to get to know her. I fantasize about chatting to her about her day, and I really want to raise Northwest the right way. Even though I know we don't have anything in common. She likes fashionable frocks and big black cocks. And I'm not really a fan of either of them. I've got a theory though about my love for Kimmy. I think it's because she's zeitgeisty. But what does that say about me? That I'd fancy a woman because I think she's relevant. It's not exactly a loving sentiment, and no matter how eloquently I put it, I'm in love with the media coverage. So please, 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 for my sake, we all just agree to forget about her. Because I need someone better to love. You are what you eat. You are what you drink. Smoke, snow, and then stare at for hours. You are what you break, and then buy what you fuck and fuck up. You are everything. You are the viewing figures on your latest fleeting fascination. The comments they made, the likes you received and gave, and the albums you applied in the end, to be lost in your endless library. You are more collected chronicles than you can ever hope to understand. You are the protagonist you loved last night, even down to what you put in your bagel. You are Shit, that was just so good. You're a dick. I didn't do anything.
Hi, my name's Daisy Edwards, and last year I came second place in the YouTube Poetry Slam. They've recently been renamed as the Pangaea Poetry Slam, and it's being rebooted again for another year, and I'm really, really happy for the organisers. This is my entry for the first round, which starts on the 1st of April. I want to do you like a crossword puzzle. I want to ponder over the downs of your spine and trip up over the spelling mistakes of beauty. I want to etch out every word before I ink it out. I want to make sure I'm doing it right, so sorry if I speak out loud. I want to do you like a crossword puzzle, like how I want my fingers to move across square by square, inch by inch of your skin. I want to get caught up in the misspellings, your pause and birthmarks. I want to do you like my homework. I want to think about it. I want to practice first before I do the real thing. I want to take you away from my desk and just look at you, doing your pages, your problems, your solutions, and do everything I can to make it right. I want to do you like my homework, like how I take it to bed. And in the folds of my duvet, I hold you close to me, waiting for an answer, only to discover that you're right in front of me. I want to do you in the same way a fat guy eats a sandwich, without shame. I want to bite into every syllable of your name. I want to peel back the layers of your outer shell that you wear day by day to keep you stronger, to keep their eyes away, and just to look into your everything. I want to be with you. In the same way a teenager will refuse to leave their Xbox. Determined. Okay, you got me. I'm determined. I'm determined in the ways I'll make friends with your friends only to hang out with you more. I'll do the things that'll make you adore me, like I won't wear makeup anymore. It never bothered me much anyway, but you say I look more than okay with my pale face tilted towards the sunlight. All things change eventually. I will finish that crossword puzzle. But soon we'll find ourselves scribbled in lead, cocooned with one another, in a way content for all the things we've done for each other. And all the other things we've yet to do. Hi, my name's Daisy Edwards. I've just realised I've left my bedroom door open.
Hi, this is my first entry, and it is called I Am a Polyp. I tried to explain to you what art is that Friday we met. My explanation was simple. You didn't understand. And now I'm left to reflect. The art student at the Met frantically scratching every detail on a scrap sheet of paper. I don't understand. You wouldn't get Polyp. Not many people do. He is the tortured artist, second to Van Gogh, but it's no surprise that only the misunderstood can even attempt to unravel him. He works in drips, splatters the pain from paintbrush in between sips of whiskey, a perfectionist obsessive over every last drop that is spilled to the canvas. And it is beautiful. It is that moment of revelation after being lost, the sun after a rainstorm, when he finally realized he loved them. I have never seen art that spoke to me more than this. It is rainbows and arcs, or anarchy and retribution, all hidden beneath the layers of mess. Mess. You think it's all mess. You want the Mona Lisa, some sort of shape and form, meaning to you, this is chaotic and overdone. Your 4-year-old cousin could have done this. You sell it off. You sold me off. Little do you know how much value it's really worth. The millions who give anything just to see it up close and you scoff and say, art. How is this art? And I laugh and say, well, that's just the thing. You didn't listen. I am a Pollock. I am messy and chaotic, frenzied passions buried beneath the simple appearance. I'm worth more than you think. So go ahead, sell me short. I own myself.
It is not uncommon for poems to refer to the human body as geography, and I suppose that mine must be mapped in little red lines from the amount of times that I have clawed at it, but I don't think that I want to be land. So claimable, so apportionable. Your belly button belongs to you, but the tops of your breasts belong to the stranger on the street. You can do what you like with your legs as long as it's discreet. Ugh, let me not be land. Let me be autumn, living in an in-between, a Dr. Jekyll of a season, susceptible to change at a moment's notice. Let me be warmth and fresh and comfort and cutting winds without a warning. Let me not be land, taking generations to reform, taking too long to surprise, never hurrying anyone. Or let me be color, in 50 shades of everything, a tone of blue for stress, a tone of red for passionate caresses, and people will sit in bars and say, I wonder if we all see her the same way. Let me not be land, where a mountain is a mountain no matter how you look at it. Let me not be a flag away from ownership, speckled in ghost towns of shame and apportioned worth by strangers who don't even bother to know my name, sticking in new ones on fence posts. Let me be sinew, affixing muscle and bone. Let me be skin layered and marked with my own expeditions. Let me tear down fence posts, stabbed into flesh. Let me be body, because maybe then I'll have a claim of my own. This here is my first entry for the Pangaea Online Poetry Slam. More information down below. Please like the video if you liked it and go watch more. Hope you guys are having a great week, and I will see you in 7 days. Bye.
He took her for a curry and filled her up with gin. She took him back to her place, invited him right in. They shared a joke and shared a kiss and shared some cheap white rum. He told her that he liked a girl who liked a bit of fun. And when the rum was finished, he opened up the wine. She told him she felt queasy, but he told her she'd be fine. She said she needed sleep now, he really ought to go. He turned the music up and then he turned the lights down low. She headed for the bathroom and knelt down on the floor. But he crept in behind her and calmly locked the door. He wanted what he'd come for and wasn't leaving now. She'd led him on purpose, the scheming little cow. She begged him not to do it, cried out in fear and pain. He laughed when he was finished, said they must do this again. And yes, they did relive it. In the courtroom, 8 months on, she knew it would be worth it if she saw justice done. The jury called not guilty. He seemed a nice young man, and girls can be vindictive when things don't go quite to plan. The judge thought she deserved it. He'd seen her type before, and what did she expect? Dressed to impress like some cheap whore. He told a colleague later that so often what he finds is that women say they're willing and then after change their minds. This poor man had been tried before for petty sexual crimes, and all of them fictitious, acquitted every time. Our hero left the courtroom to champagne corks and cheers, while she slumped in a taxi to public jeers and sneers. As he rushed off to celebrate, She hurried home to cry. He was dying for a lager, and she wished she could die. She could be anyone you know, your daughter, sister, friend. And so it's up to you and me to make this violence end. It's up to us to make a change. The courts won't do it for us. We need to make our voices heard so no one can ignore us. So get out there and tell your mates, your brothers and your sons, your uncles, dads and nephews. You tell them, each last one, that however low a woman's top, however short her skirt, however much she's had to drink, however much she flirts, however she is dancing and however high her heels, however hot you think she looks, however fine she feels, whichever way she gets back home, which route she takes through town, even if she likes to party, even if she sleeps around. Even if you've been for dinner, even if you want much more, if you've gone back for a coffee, if you slept with her before, whatever she might choose to be, wherever she might go, you cannot argue with the fact that no means no means no.
Boo! I say to the mirror, dressed head to toe in pink and hair in pigtails, a vision of a child. An uncanny resemblance. I can barely make out my creases and sagging breasts. As I get ready to reminisce the days of parties, of life, and the fun when I'd mate with Pan, Wendy, and Lost Boys too, I'd never land in that time again. I thought that pushing 70 is the ultimate prime. Nervous, I prepare hands wriggling and whining, getting ready to experience those who are used to despair. I'm leaving now to see an old face. While they tell me I'm like 50 years back, there's no trace of change, but different to the rest as they look like raisins and dried mangoes at best, all shriveled and fine. I maintain my youth as it stands. My fortune in life is not to be what's known as alive. There's chit-chat and tea and a shot of whiskey involved. It's too much for my head, but too late. It's dissolved. I sit away, away, away. Like the old days, I remember so well. It's bitter and strong, and I still dislike the smell. Getting on each other, they try to bring back the memories of sex, booze, all that crack, and still here I am, the child in the corner. Kitty, I cry, and they gather over. Too cute, one cries, and I could eat you another. I'm still the real party food here. They eat me, eat me, eat me up. Like carnivores when I couldn't really give a fuck. It's that boring old game I played for 25,647 days. You would appreciate that when you're pushing 40, they'd say. It's 40 plus and it's all on the down low with days of knitting and sleeping to show. A child on the outside but a spinster within. Boo, I cry, and the door shuts where I've been. It's through the grind of the lights are out, I'm through with it all. As they scream and shout to touch me, poke me, play with my cheeks, I've fallen asleep. They cannot tell that I'm away in the snow. The flakes fall one by one, settling on my toes, drifting in this peace sanctuary, whatever you call it. Finally, I can freeze in time. Become one with what was meant to be. Good night, I say. And good night, said Kitty.
I was taking a dirty bomb to the laundromat today, but by the time I got there, it was gone. Invisible to the naked eye, raining down on desert sand, sprinkled with armor-piercing bomb dust. There I was, standing in the queue behind the cash converters at the laundromat, and I was searching my pockets for some change, realizing there needed to be one. When I found the hole that dirty bomb fell through between the cesium-filled X-ray machines and the uranium-chambered food freshening devices, and I noticed my hands were kind of glowing in the falling dusk, close to midnight. But where had the damn dirty bomb got to? Had it accidentally exploded on the pavement beside the skips and bins filling up with all this radiant technology? Had it been carted off by some spiritually cleansed, God-worshipping hooligans of such little faith that they took the law into their prayer-worn hands and threaded through my darned unclean pocket holes? Or was it everywhere, weighing me down, a dirty 24/7 time bomb of the imagination, waiting to go off right there beside me in the lengthening queue?
All right. So
we've got another 8 minutes to try and kill before our friend Julio is due to arrive. Again, he has messaged me earlier, but I haven't heard from him in a while. I'm beginning to wonder if everybody has just decided they're going to fall asleep on us. It doesn't seem fair, because we're the ones staying up for 24 hours.
yeah, man.
Come on, guys. No, I'm sure Julio will be along. So we've got 8 minutes to kill talking about something. I don't know. Katie, what's your favorite word-based board game?
Ooh, word-based board game. I would have to say Scrabble. I love Scrabble.
I mean, there's only really like Scrabble and Boggle, and those are kind of it, really.
Yeah.
I'm the Scrabble fan. Board games and poetry, I find interesting for some reason. Again, it would have been great if we'd been able to talk to Joe, but I'll mention this briefly now and just talk a little bit about some of that crossover. So Joe and the writing platform, what they do is they're how would they describe it? They're a platform for writers who want to work in the digital sphere, essentially. So they offer training and surgeries and masterclasses in tech and in digital technology for writers. They offer a bursary scheme for a writer and a technologist to develop funky stuff together. And one of their current projects with Adam Clark and a lady whose name I've forgotten, is producing poetry inside Minecraft. And again, it's something I wish I'd read up more on, but it's just the interesting idea of exploring kind of literacy and exploring literary experiences within video games. I think, video games often get a very same way social media does, of being getting a rap as a distraction more than something constructive. But he was just had the most amazing conversation with Adam just about how educators are using video games and stuff to get kids who can't stand school to develop reading and writing skills by doing stuff in online games. There was, amusingly, the same week this happened, I was in Nottingham, which is where the National Video Game Archive is. I had no idea we even had one. But I was walking past there, and there was a seminar on inclusive technologies in video games for people with disabilities. And they were talking specifically about like a series of controllers that have been developed for people with cerebral palsy. It's just like incredible to hear them talking about what I'd always considered quite an insular activity, and they were just like, no, like gaming is an intensely social space, and especially if you're in a position where you can't easily get out and meet people physically, the virtual world is a vast resource for the experience and all that kind of thing. And he was, talking about how, he'd been part of drama productions where entire theatre shows had been performed in virtual spaces where actors had performed online using emoticons and stuff. And it was just a whole realm of things that I just hadn't considered you could use gaming for. I was just a really, really eye-opening conversation. He was going to be presenting as part of this, but I missed out on getting him the questions in time for him to record an interview for us. But yeah, exceptionally interesting, and one of the most eye-opening conversations I've had in a long while. How did this start? Scrabble.
Yeah.
Important. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. What are some of your favorite poetry-related channels on YouTube, Katie?
Ooh, poetry-related channels. Well, I mean, there's definitely the standard, button poetry. Got to follow that and all that jazz. But I have always been a very big fan of Speakeasy NYC. It's basically the place where the Bowery Poetry Club in New York City posts their videos of basically all of their poetry stuff, and it's really, really cool because NYC just attracts all of these different poets from all over the place, including my favorite poet in the history of ever, Sarah Kay, who I had the absolute pleasure of meeting just a couple of months ago, actually. But yeah, it's awesome. I love that. And I also am really enjoying the channel for Get Lit, which is a Los Angeles-based youth poetry organization, and the poetry from there is just phenomenal. I love it, every single one of them. Woof. Yeah.
Awesome.
So, yeah.
We should really put together a database of just all of the different amazing places you can find poetry.
Yes.
It's easy for me because all of my favorite channels I invited to take part in this. They're all here.
Yeah.
So Airplane Poetry Movement was one of my favorites to find out about early on.
Oh, yeah. I really like that. Yeah.
Word and Sound in South Africa. There are some staggeringly talented voices there. And two poems in particular that are just stunning that I've never forgotten from that channel. Maybe I'll share them later if we have another lull. But those two are big for me. Another one I've really started enjoying. I've only watched maybe 3 of their videos, but already I know this is going to be a channel I keep coming back to. It's not poetry. It's a storytelling channel called First Person Arts, who kind of do story slams, essentially. And they're kind of very, very cool bunch of people, really high quality storytelling and very committed to... They've got a lovely sentence. I'm going to try and find it, actually. They've just got a lovely sentence for describing their approach. First person arts. It's something like turning memoir into an art form, or something like that, turning everybody's memories and story into... Let me just find it. First person arts. About us. Come on. $100 for slam winners. That's good.
Having troubles there, Carl?
Yeah, I can't find the specific sentence.
But we are First Person Arts, a Philadelphia nonprofit organization that celebrates the power of the personal. Our impact and festive programs reinforce our mission. Everyone has a story to tell, and sharing these stories connects us with each other and the world. That's just damn right, that is. So, you know, I appreciate that. I really do. Yeah, I think sharing stories is nearly the entire reason we're involved in poetry anyway. It's just a little bit prettier when it's in a poem.
Yeah, I agree. Yes.
You don't have to. I don't think I agreed with that quite. I think it's just the sleep deprivation that's just affecting my ability to actually process sentences. So I'll talk about Julio a little bit. First time I saw Julio, he was shirtless, which was fine. And I was using somebody else's laptop which I had lost. On a plug socket I wasn't allowed to use. On Wi-Fi I had to ask to access without any money to go to a cafe to actually use Wi-Fi because I'd just entered the wrong PIN on my card. And my phone was out of battery, so I couldn't call up my bank to say, nobody's trying to rob me, I'm just stupid. And this is with a laptop without a charger, so we had half an hour. But it was a very fruitful conversation. So Julio is a spoken word artist based in Brazil. And they're doing some work with Apples and Snakes, who we had featured earlier. He is affiliated with a bunch of spoken word artists down there. And when he arrives, and I do hope he will, he's going to be sharing I am having problems with my connection. May I use the mobile? You can try. I don't know.
Come on, Julio.
I don't think we've had anyone try. Sorry?
I was just being supportive of Julio's efforts.
No, I'm sure it'll be fine. I can't remember what I was going to say. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm losing my my powers of speech. Come on, it's not even that late yet. You've got 12 more of these boogers. 12 more hours.
I believe you are talking about the kind of work that he's doing right now, if I'm not mistaken.
Something like that.
Really?
No,
Right.
where I was going was... Oh, hello.
Yep.
Hello, Julio.
Hi, me. I am with problem in my connection. I can talk by mobile. I am with the mobile at my hand because there was some problem.
Oh, that's not working, Julio.
In my computer, it's possible to talk to you this way.
Okay, I think I understood. So you're going to have to use the mobile. We can barely hear you. You're coming through very muffled. I don't know if you can try.
I am here with Rodrigo Santos.
Okay. You're having problems with the connection. Yeah.
We're trying to make it by mobile.
Okay.
Let's.
It's not great.
May I go on?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Well, my name is Julio. I am the organizer of Floopy. Floopy is a literary festival that happens in favelas. My left side is Rodrigo Santos. He's very ugly, but he is a good poet. May you talk about your experience in São Gonçalo for them, man?
Yeah, I'm ugly and not, I'm a poet from a little far from Rio de Janeiro, from the center of Rio de Janeiro. Million inhabitants, and we make a meeting. Since
I suppose they named this kind of meeting of Islam.
No, it's not just Islam. It's a meaning of artists, not just poem, not just poetry, but dance, music. And the name is A Night at the Tavern, Uma Noite na Taverna.
That is the pejorative. One night,
a night,
at the tavern. They drank hard.
It's a famous book from Álvares Azevedo, a Brazilian writer. And we since 2004, 2003, it's been 13 years making poetry in the city. That culture, no money. It's a
Ooh. We need to try and find that up. I'm just trying to freaking racking if there's any way we can, like, because Skype is generally more stable, and just kind of record the audio from Skype and feed it in. I don't know how that would work, but I don't know. I don't know if there's any way we can get better audio out than that. We do take Wi-Fi for granted.
Yeah, deal. I mean, what you could do is you could give him my Skype, and then I can feed it through
Screen share.
Mm-hmm.
We can try that. We can definitely try that. Let's find. I'll type in the chat, and I'll just send him an email saying, "Let's try this." Okay. Because the sound is really heavy. Okay, have you got the and just go and find him. He's not online currently, which is unfortunate. Julio. What's happened here? For some reason, I can't find him on Skype anymore, which is quite depressing for me.
Well,
can you just try that name if you can add him on Skype?
Yeah. I'll see what I can do.
Hi, may you see us?
Oh yeah, we can.
I'm sorry about our poor connection.
No problemo.
People is still talking.
Yeah. Here, Carl, get me off of presentation mode.
Ah, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, right. Where did the connection stop it?
You stopped at around when you were talking about when you guys formed up.
One night at the tavern, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, one night at the tavern is a poetry meeting, not just poet, but it's an art meeting that I realized in São Gonçalo. It's a city a little far from the center of Rio de Janeiro, and we've been together since 2004. It's been 12, 30 years doing the same thing in a city that has no history of culture, of artists. We have a lot of artists, but because the city is poor, the artists have to go away and get out from the city. And I'm a writer. I'm a poet. I have some books published, and a lot more of going on.
It's possible for you to talk one poem by you?
It is in Portuguese, but I can do it.
Yeah.
It's possible for you to listen that poem in Portuguese to understand what kind of work he does in São Gonçalo, a city in outer skirts of Rio de Janeiro, from Rio de Janeiro.
Okay.
Or do you prefer a Walt Whitman's poem? Something in English?
No, by all means, go with the
Portuguese.
Yeah.
We've had Hindi, we've had Urdu, we've had Arabic, so it'd be a crime to ask you guys to speak in English. Go for Portuguese.
Okay, let's do it. Let me choose one of this. I can take this guy to hang it.
How many of you guys are there?
That is Écio. Écio is my partner.
It's a life partner. They're married.
And
real good evening.
And that one is Luis Fernando. Luis Fernando organized you organize what?
The Sarau of Escritório.
Sarau de Escritório.
For him, for them, what is the Sarau do Escritório?
His partner, Rebecca.
Rebecca,
can you speak about Sarau?
Hi there.
She's Marilyn Monroe. She's wife.
How are you doing?
We're doing
well. Not too bad. How are you?
Nice.
Talk about the Sarau of Escritório for her.
My English is not so good, but Sarau it's event in Rio. Ai, gente, eu não sei. Science, 2003. And we try make a event for poetry, but other language too, like music, like theater, like performing arts. So that's it, I think. And happens one time in the month.
One time monthly.
Once time.
Monthly.
So,
Which kind of person we can see in your sarau? Que tipo de pessoa eu posso ver no?
We can see every kind of people: homeless people, rich people, and I don't know, women and men and children and lesbians and gays and everyone.
and every month you pay a tribute for people from the street. You take a beggar. May you talk about this? Você pode falar a respeito?
We pay every month.
Tribute.
Tribute.
So homeless people.
No.
Homeless.
Pessoas sem casa.
I don't know.
Morador de rua.
Like this. And it's not so homeless, but figures that have kinds of I don't know, like stars in the center of the Rio, and we make a tribute for these peoples.
How do you pay a tribute for them? What the hell do you do for them to make them honor, para eles se sentirem honrados?
We make posts on Facebook and the streets, like a paper, big paper, with the face of these peoples, and we make text for these people, writing about our lives, and I think like this, and in the
sarau.
and in the sarau, every month we talking about these people, and we learn this text from everyone in the sarau.
And you make them visible. The invisible people in the street, you make them visible in your saraus.
We try making a sarau for everyone, and for us it's very important make a sarau, make a public sarau, and we try do a big tribute for these peoples, and because we consider it, correct? Estimate. We estimate that these people are very important for the folklore. To the folklore, to the center of Rio de Janeiro. So we make a tribute for the people. I think that's it.
Wow. A person to organize and you make different every month. One month you have something, but in another month it's different because.
Sorry. Sorry. So we have every sarau, every event. Tá falando aí? Every event we have invited producer. Você tá com a mão aqui na frente. Como é que faz? Aqui?
Wow.
Yeah.
So we have.
Você fez aí? Não sei. May you listen us?
Yeah, we can. Yeah.
May you listen us?
Voltar a câmera.
May you see us?
So we have invited producer every event, and we invited people that have special characteristics to make other events in the city. So we invited these people, and these people making events for with us.
One example is Sarau das Brabas, organized by Viviane de Salles. Viviane de Salles is a girl from
Cidade de Deus.
And why did you invite her? Cidade de Deus is City of God. There is favela in which they made the movie.
Yeah. So we invited people that with these characters. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we invited Viviane because she's a woman and she make events like us do, and we make this invitation for because she has a lot of
connections.
yeah, I have a lot of connections with us and with other peoples in the city. So we invited special people every event that have this special particularity, special connection with the streets, with the city, with the other events, and with us.
Let's talk again to Rodrigo Santos.
Hi. Actually, there's an invisible Rio de Janeiro that isn't shown on the TV, on the movies.
We are not talking about a middle class scene. We are talking about every moment of a working class scene.
Yeah, and this scene is not shown in movies and TV, like the scene the things that happen in City of God, Cidade de Deus, that one from the movie. This girl, Viviane de Salles, is an excellent producer. She came from this kind of slum, that as you call there. And I'm from São Gonçalo, and people from Sarau do Escritório, it's Sarau, that's how we call this meeting of art in Rio de Janeiro. That's not only poetry, but dance, music, performance, and Sarau do Escritório, it would be like an office Sarau. Mm-hmm. And we are making the art happens in Rio, but we are invisible. Just as these people that Sarau do Escritório pays a tribute every month. Homeless people, working class that doesn't have its face on the TV or on the great media.
Mm-hmm. You talk about this office Sarau. Talk about your Sarau. About, for instance, you pay to Bob Dylan, you pay to a lot of, because you have a central person.
We make art in the city as São Gonçalo, it's very hard. And every month we choose a poet or even a composer to express its art and show the people. Even famous writers, famous Brazilian writers, we choose to pick the less famous poems. Show another kind of approach in art, a different approach that happens in school. This month, next Friday, we're doing Flor Bela Espanca. It's a Portuguese poet from the 18th century, beginning of 19th century, that has fantastic poems. And we in Brazil, despite our connection with Portugal, we don't know. We just know Fernando Pessoa, the Brazilian.
But our idea is to amplify the repertoire of the your community.
Not just amplify, but introduce to these people from São Gonçalo. As Julio said, we are a poor city with the majority of working class. And when we began to make the taverna, people said, "You're crazy. Poetry in São Gonçalo? It's not gonna happen," and it's happening. We have every month here where these teachers, professors from college, from university, and car washers.
Yeah.
It's It's a hard fight, but we're fighting and we're winning till now.
Yeah. That's awesome.
For 12 years. 12 years we're doing. 13, 12, 13 years we're doing this. Resistance.
Wow.
Hello. I would like to do the poem in Portuguese, unfortunately. A performance by Luiz Fernando, by Sarau of Escritório, and his accent of northwest of Brazil, very interesting. So we will show him.
He's very ugly as well. Not me, I am beautiful. He's ugly.
Eu nasci numa segunda-feira, na terça fui batizado, na quarta matei um homem, na quinta fui condenado, na sexta eu era preso, mas no sábado libertado, no domingo bebia eu, povo delegado. 19 vezes fui casado, tive foi 19 sogro, 19 lar abandonado. No dia 19 eu encontrei foi 19 caboclo armado. Eu dei foi 19 tiro pra cima, fiz correr 19 cunhado. A cachaça é filha da peste, neta do satanás. 70 capeta junto não faz o que cachaça faz. Quem bebe cachaça é corno, mas quem não bebe é muito mais.
Wow.
With about the a guy who married a girl and his father and his brothers tried to kill him, but he face them, and they are a fight, a kind of fight, and he wins because he is very smart and talk about cachaça too. It's an alcoholic drink from Brazil, very strong and very famous too in the popular in the class. I don't know. Yes, and I will show a poet from Sarau in Rio, many Saraus, but today in Botafogo, South Zone Rio. It is Monique Nix. He's an accent carioca, but very interesting too.
Okay.
I am Monique Nix.
Yes. Rock and roll.
Uau! Nada mais injusto do que ser justo. Nada mais justo do que omitir, mentir. Eu juro, perjuro. Eu quero ver da menor maneira. A lei é simplória, estado agudo. É grave pra idade, gravidade. Tentei tentar, tentei seguir. Andar em contramão em vão. O melhor é não se arriscar. Nunca criminosa, sempre vítima. Vítima da minha negação. Opressão. Apenas a saia justa. As leis, essas são injustas. Por isso os corruptos estão soltos em plano alto. E nós abaixo presos. Internamente. Internados na mente.
Thank you.
Obrigada.
In which
Here, Carl, could you mute yourself?
Julia, we've lost your sound. We've lost your sound. Julio, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. Shit, it's really passionate. Julio, we can't hear you. No, we can't hear you. Something's wrong. Glasses on for the investigation. I'm assuming you guys can still hear us. Thank you for sharing so much of the work that you guys are doing there. It's incredible and it's really inspiring. And to hear that you've been doing it for so long and doing it for this city, it's bloody incredible and it's really, really inspiring. Still can't hear you. Sorry.
Yeah. Can you hear us? Yeah. Okay.
Do you want to hang up and come back? That might be the best thing to do.
Mm-hmm. Nope, we can't hear you.
No, sorry.
Yeah.
Hang up and come back. It's probably the only thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Man, I'm really enjoying these guys. Oh man.
I'm psyched.
Yeah. I mean,
I just don't have the energy to adequately respond.
yeah. See, where do we start? Nope, we still can't hear you guys. I think you guys have to leave the call and then come back to it on the same way. That might fix the problem for you. All right, there we go. All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just incredible. Okay, some questions I kind of want to know the answers to. They've been there for so long in this city, and obviously, you know, this is poetry and activism woven together in a way that's really, really. It's long term in a way that a lot of people I know are trying to set themselves up as, and 12, 13 years. Like, what does long?
Yeah.
In communities, like, is I kind of want to know, like, what does change look like on that scale? How much change is success? Is any change, is the slightest change, is that cause enough for these guys? I want to know 12, 13 years, what does, how much do the challenges change? How much do the solutions change? How much, I don't know. Oh shit! There's so much to ask. I nearly swore. Gosh, I want to know how they've done it for so long, and from the sounds of things, just on like willpower, near enough, without resource. No, resource, but not capital. And just how they've done that. And I know the answer is just because that's how it has to be. And they've just got on and done with it. And they're surrounded by passionate people who are doing the same thing. And it's just a product of that environment that they do it as best they can. What an inspirational bunch of people.
And I mean, like, you can tell that they have the vivacity that is definitely needed for, dedicating 13 plus years to working in one of the hardest neighborhoods to even be in Brazil. Because the favelas, for those who don't know, are basically slums, essentially. Rio de Janeiro has a huge, ginormous favela behind, all the pretty buildings on the beach. And so, like, the fact that, that they're doing this work and that they've been doing it for so long and they're able to keep their like passion for what they're doing is incredible and inspiring. Like, oh man, so many fields.
Yeah, it's amazing, and the whole making the invisible visible again is something I can totally empathize with and sympathize with, because every single culture has those people that go invisible for whatever reason, either because they're denied representation or because they're poorer than other people, or whatever that reason is. Every single culture has people that kind of they go ignored or they go neglected. And yeah, it's such a massive thing that poetry can do for a community to do that and to bring that together. The emphasis on collaboration when they were talking was just amazing as well. Every month bring in a different artist. Hello, guys.
Hey.
We can hear you again. We can hear you.
Hey, we can hear you now. Woo!
Okay, go ahead. Rodrigo.
Again.
Talk about your poem.
Okay. Just a little. I have to read. I'm not an actor. I'm a poet.
Yeah.
Revolução é para amadores.
Revolution is to amateurs.
Revolution is for beginners. Em tempos de guerra civil, qualquer barracão é escola, qualquer lata é comida, qualquer debate é resistência. Não se engane pelas aparências, pelas falsas promessas de felicidade, tudo de que supõe que vive. É uma guerra civil e nós estamos perdendo. Resistir é inútil, porém necessário, pois precisamos mostrar ao futuro que não nos entregamos sem luta, que não nos calamos perante a força. O mundo todo é um gueto, e a minha cidade é um beco, onde sofro desde cedo as intempéries de sereno. Somos responsáveis pela arquitetura do amanhã, da manhã seguinte, das estradas que conduzirão a prole para algo que está lá, mas ainda não existe. A derrota é programada, como a obsolescência de todos os gadgets e corações de alumínio. A resistência se apoia na palavra, por si só, representação e coisa representada. Somos apenas a ração do tempo, deglutidos, mastigados e cuspidos. Daremos luz ao mundo novo, rasgando os lábios de quem nunca ousou. O mundo todo é um beco. Reconheço, quero muito mais do que eu mereço. E a saída é por cima, vertical. Então, chegou a hora da cobra criar asas.
I would like to talk something about that kind of accent that he uses. It's the same accent that Monique Nix uses, and some way is the same accent that Luis Fernandes uses. And why I am insisting on that question? Because I know something about the spoken word in London, and I think you use too much the same accent from hip hop. The spoken word here is not linked that kind of accent. I don't know if you may understand the kind of the difference. The way you pronounce the word, the way you use the rhythm of each phrase is different about us. What do you think about Rodrigo? Did you understand what I talked?
Yes, I did. In UK and in the United States, you have different accents for different classes. Here in Brazil, we don't have accents for social classes. The poor speaks just like the rich and the others. So, my poetry is spoken in the same accent of the rich people, I should say. What Julio is saying is because hip hop is a culture came from the poor people, the slums, and it is spoken with a different accent in the United States and UK. But here in Brazil, we don't have this difference. We have regional accents. They have the accent from the Northeast, the Carioca accent, the accent spoken from the Rio de Janeiro guys.
Yeah.
I'm not one of those. I'm from São Gonçalo, don't forget it. But it's the same expression. It's the expression, it's a that expresses the kind of living we are relegated to. The people who doesn't own the best cars and who doesn't have the best salaries and lives in invisible cities. It's an invisible town inside the town. That's it?
Ok. Écio? Ok, vamos acabar. More 5 minutes.
Okay. Before we finish, I need to
say thank you.
To say thank you to the Arcos Rio Palace Hotel, who when we talk, we make this talking.
In the hall, here
Yes.
on the streets.
Yes. I would like you to listen and think about the poems from London. Yes.
You wanted to, você quer ouvir o que eles fazem lá?
Yes.
May you say for us some poems?
Do you want us to perform some poetry for you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, totally. I'm always down to share some poetry. Carl knows this.
I do. Go for it, Katie.
Yeah. Okay. This is actually a poem that I wrote when I was working with an organization this summer. That's actually extremely similar to what you guys are doing over in the Rio favelas. But it's this town called Selma. It's in the state of Alabama, and it's basically a town that was very, very big in the United States civil rights movement with, Martin Luther King and Rosa Parks and all that. But the thing is that it's still essentially segregated. And so I was working in an art camp where I got to teach poetry and have art workshops, and we danced and we sang, and it was wonderful with kids who were age 3 to 13. Some of them were from the projects, and some of them were from the white side of town, and they all got together really, really well, and it was beautiful. But a lot of their stories really, really struck me as very, very important. And particularly the boys that I worked with, I was thinking, I have some messages to tell you. So, yeah, this is my poem called For the Boys of Selma, for them. Dear JJ, you are the noblest person I know, and you are the size of a hobbit right now. When you grow into a man, don't grow out of your loyalty. It never goes out of style. Don't grow into a monster like everyone else seems to these days. Dear Jeremiah, you have the biggest smile that I have ever seen, even bigger than your body. You are more than your size. Never forget that when they try to cram into your mouth anything that doesn't belong in you. Things like hatred and war and unimaginable sorrow. They already got shame wedged between your happiness and your sight. Don't let them get any more past you. Speak Pele. Dear Joelle, you have a beautiful mind and the energy to make your imagination reality. But life is hard when you can't focus. You can't see or hear or do anything right, at least so everyone else would tell you. I would know. I have the same problem. Yes, the big white girl from the reddest county in the Lower Peninsula of Michigan has trouble finding focus too. It's a long road, full of trials and experiments that sometimes, oftentimes backfire, but trust me, When you find it, it's like finding an old friend you never believed was really dead, even when everyone else forgot about him. Dear Zion, you asked me about when I first discovered spoken word poetry. I never got the opportunity to tell you. I'll be real. I was 15, in a dark place, feeling lonely, watching the world repeat experiences that I never had over and over again on YouTube when I stumbled upon Taylor Molly's What Teachers Make. That poem started off a chain reaction that brought me into your world. That poem, in much the same way, also saved my life. Poetry can save anyone, to be honest, and that includes you. Dear CJ, dear Tosh, dear Jaden, dear Tyshawn, dear AJ, dear Emma, dear Ethan, dear Gabriel, dear Markel, dear Curtis, dear Isaiah, dear Daniel, dear Sherman, dear DJ, dear Sly, dear boys, everything that I have said is for you too. But I'll have you know that there are hard times ahead for all of you. No, you won't deserve it, and no, you won't have done anything to get it, but it will still find you, and it will try to kill you, no matter how well you hide. You cannot hide your skin. You can try, but hiding even your own surface is like enslaving yourself. I have tried. It will not work. I tell you all of this so that when the time comes, you can fight discrimination, aggravation, violence, bigotry, hatred, and you can win. You can win, boys, without having to hide who you are. You will be free. Free to move, free to love, free to dance, free to sing, free to play, free to be however you would like. My sweet summer children, I want most desperately for you to be free. But don't you dare let KDG down. And that's the poem.
Don't get
I would like to say that your experience, that moment you are organizing, putting together poets from every part, everywhere. This is fantastic. We would love to do this, of course, with more technology, of course, more organization, but the idea is
incredible.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Obrigado.
Thank you.
Obrigado.
Can you say bye-bye or not?
Thank you.
Well, let's see. How much time do we have left, Carl?
Bye.
All right. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Yeah.
Congratulations. The purpose is great, great, great. I would love to learn with that experience. I don't know how you make contact with everyone. I don't know which kind of technology you are using. I don't know if just you are listening and see us, or if everybody, if this is a worldwide connection. Is worldwide, everybody is seeing me, my beautiful face. It's not that good.
Shade.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, see you. Bye.
Bye.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
They're so awesome.
Damn. That's incredible.
Yeah. God,
Okay.
I love poetry, and I love how it makes people just connect instantly.
Yeah, man. Oh, that's
That's done it. I don't think I'm going to need sleep now. That's enough. That is absolutely enough. Oh no, that was wonderful. Holy crap! I've got absolutely nothing. 1 a.m. we've got. Oh my gosh. We've got a 40-minute gap now, and it's the last gap in the schedule. Every other minute is filled between now and 12. I don't know what you want to do with these. Good gosh. There was a moment there where I was watching 8 people in our phone to listen to the poetry of Katie over in Michigan, and I was like, that's something. That's a cool thing. That's going in my personal highlight list. Just 8 people huddled around a phone to listen to poetry. That's what this is for. That's why this is important. There we go. Forgot it for a bit. I remember now. We're doing a good thing, aren't we?
Yes, we are. Yeah, we are. Oh man. Yeah. You don't need to be worried about anything. We're doing great. Oh man.
That wasn't bad.
It just feels so good. Like,
right.
Oh man.
Okay. We need to put together like a highlights reel of this, just to send out to everyone.
Yeah.
You could edit this down to like an hour of like.
Oh, easy. Yeah.
Fucking good footage.
Yeah. Oh man.
Easily. Yeah. Wow. Such a good use of 24 hours. Who needs sleep?
Oh man. Yeah.
That was far more organized than I expected Julio to be.
Yeah.
I've been struggling so hard to communicate in the build-up. And he was just like, no, I've got my 8 people. I know exactly what questions I'm asking. I know exactly what poems they're doing. You guys just sit there and enjoy.
Oh, man. It's awesome.
Oh, it was incredible.
Oh, man. Look at us go. We just fangirling over here, and...
Who cares? Who minds?
Yeah.
We need to figure out a way of doing this again somehow, because that was quite cool.
Yeah. Just not, like, like an entire 24 hours.
No, we just need to find, like, 1 hour where we can get 2 to 3 hours. We need to basically make a spoken word, but it needs to be, like, we need to get the Jordan lot who we had earlier, with the Brazil lot who we just had, with the Nepal lot who we're about to have. But time zones happen to exist, which is a bit frustrating.
Yeah.
Can we just like call for a global ban on time zones for 1 day just so we can do some poetry?
I feel that's totally cool for it. Oh man, that would be so cool. I can't get over it. I won't get over it. Like, woo.
You don't have to get over it. We can just do it.
Like,
I just got a text from Nikki. So there are currently 2 people viewing. I know exactly who both of them are. One of them is Nafisa, and one of them is Nikki and Rory, currently watching it together. They're on board the Pangaea train. Keep tracking. We can do this. Yeah!
Woo! Look at us go.
Look at us go, man. No. It's really, really cool. I don't know what to do with this time now. Do you want to talk about I'm gonna interview you now, basically, because I think you're in a very interesting space as well in terms of comparatively with a lot of the places we've been talking about. Like, you live in a place that's relatively rural, It's not a major kind of art space. Am I wrong in saying that?
Well, I think that where I am, we do have a lot of art
Amira is also
funding,
watching.
but oh, cool. But I mean, we do
I'm
have.
Medico. It's telling me there's only 2 people watching. It's lying.
That's okay. That's okay. Ooh. But anyway, yeah, in where I'm from, in Michigan, we do have a fair amount of arts funding, but that's basically just for music, theater, art, and dance. There really isn't too much knowledge about spoken word at all. I mean, there are a few spoken word poets around here, but they're all college age, so generally speaking, they're not here. Yeah, but you know, we are all very much into, you know, our spoken word and everything. So we do try our best to, you know, at least stay in touch, I guess. That way, you know, we do have a person who we can talk to about, oh man, did you see the latest Sarah K poem? My face is being melted. And the great stuff like that, you know. Yeah. But yeah, that's basically the state of the suburban Michigan poetry community right there.
No, it sounds really cool. Like, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm out of words. I'm leaving. Oh. Kind of just want to sit here. Just, yeah. Apparently, everyone watching should be in the stream, apparently, because it's all people we know. Never mind. What should we do? We've got like half an hour. Should we play more Pangaea Poetry videos? Or should we just stay in chat? Don't know, guys.
I don't know. I mean, I think that we could... we can at least get Amira on, because she was like, yeah, I'll be back for this time. Come and...
Yeah, she was meant to be on. She didn't mention she was back.
Yeah.
Let alone watching.
Yeah.
Shall I send her the link? Just like, here you go. Come hang out.
Yeah.
Kind of just, should I just send it to everyone?
Yeah, might as well. Let's just have a
feel guilty.
little Pangaea party. We'll get to, you know, show the world, hey, BT Dubs, this is what Pangaea Poetry is all about. It isn't just Katie and Carl and the disembodied voice of Carl. It is Katie, Carl, and a bunch of other people who are really, really awesome and into poetry. And yeah, it's fly as hell.
Yeah, I knew Dedicoat would say this. I've just sent an invite to Dedicoat, Amira, and Nikki. Guys, don't share that link, obviously, because we will be in a lot of trouble if it happens. We'll be in a lot of trouble. We're probably going to, what we'll do, actually, because we're going to jump over onto Converse Converge Part 3 before going into Word Warriors. So, show up. Dedicoat has asked that we verbally collaborate on a poem. I was thinking that, but I couldn't remember how to do it. I was like, how do you do poetry again? Yeah, just freestyling. I don't know if you do freestyling, Katie, but I can't freestyle. I'm not about that.
I can freestyle. I've been taught. I don't think that I'm very good at it, but I can do it.
Holy cow. Katie, just do it. I'll jump in occasionally with like my one occasional well thought out rhyme, but like you should just freestyle for the next half an hour.
Okay, let's see what happens. Hands work, and they work well, but only if you know where to put them. Some people put them in pockets, and others in others, of course. But there is a place that is even better to put hands to work. Service. And in service, you don't always put your hands to work. Sometimes it's your mind, sometimes it's your eyes, sometimes it's your mouth. No matter what it is you use, you are doing it for the good of somebody else. And that, right there, is beauty.
Madness is this.
Solid, we're done. Ooh.
Oh, that
right.
was irritatingly incredible. Oh, I can do nothing. How can we do that when you're this sleep deprived? Oh, you're not that sleep deprived yet, are you? This is like, this is not too bad for you. I've been up since 7 my time, and it's getting to me.
Do remember that I'm just operating on like 3 hours of sleep and like a basic IV drip of, caffeine to keep me alive right about now. So.
Yeah, no. I've had 1 cup of coffee so far. I'm really I thought I'd need a lot more in the really early morning hours, 1, 2, 3. But the people who got coming are incredible. Again, I have no idea how to begin the conversation with word warriors in Nepal, because it's just you guys are the most acceptable.
Hey,
that was good.
Oh, thanks.
That was really good. Hi guys.
Hi, Amira.
Hi. Do you want to see my stupidly high quality webcam?
It's stupidly high quality.
Never mind then.
I caught.
She hates my face, Katie.
I caught your conversation. I am losing my voice. Yeah, I couldn't be bothered to put a scarf on, so I put a hat on. Yeah. Hi guys.
Yeah. Hi. How was Level Up? I hear it was amazing.
Yeah, it was absolutely fantastic. The festival of love in general is just such an amazing concept. And it's the South Bank takeover. Yeah. There were 67 changemakers nominated to celebrate the 67 years of Nelson Mandela. Yeah, so Anissa, the CEO of Beat Freaks, was one of the 67 people. So we got to sit on a panel, and then we ran a workshop, and then we did Level Up. But it was really nice. We saw Jacob Samler-Rose, Joelle Taylor, and some young poets from Manchester's Inner Voice Collective and Young Identity, which is really cool. But yeah.
Oh man. I need to get down to South Bank, man. Do you know what? We got in touch with South Bank and asked them to get involved in this, and they were like, "We've got something on that day."
Yeah.
And that was this.
I got a signed book from Joelle Taylor. And the first page is Benjamin Zephaniah, just saying how amazing she is.
Nice.
Who? Sorry, Joelle Taylor.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's incredible. She runs
amazing.
Slambassadors.
Yeah, she does.
Katie,
Yeah.
we talked about Slambassadors a while ago because it's it was the closest thing to what Pangaea did. And yeah, she's incredible. Really, really phenomenal lady. All right, Amira. So Katie's done a freestyle.
I'm not doing a freestyle.
Again? All right.
No, Amira's got a freestyle. Amira's got a freestyle.
No, I do not freestyle.
Nobody ever freestyle.
No, I am a writer. I do not freestyle.
Let's do Dear Heart. Let's do Dear Heart.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Don't actually do Dear Heart, you know.
You do it. You know it. Carl knows my poem.
I don't know the whole thing off by heart anymore.
Carl knows.
I don't think I know it off by heart anymore, you know. It's been a very long time.
It has been a long time since we performed it.
Yeah, no, it's been a while.
How's it been? Ian, what's been going on?
The best stuff.
I heard Carl be like, oh yeah, we had like Jordan, and then we had like, did you say like India?
Yeah. We've had Jordan, we've had India, we've had Germany.
And I was just like, really? Like, no, like, not cool, I wasn't here.
We've still got a bunch of cool places coming up.
Yeah.
We've got Australia in the morning, we've got Nepal coming at 1 o'clock. We've got a UK guy who got in touch like after the thing had started, but his idea sounded so cool, or was like, sod it, we've still got an hour free, do you want it? So he's in now. We've got Singapore coming up, we've got India, we've got the Netherlands, we've got the Czech Republic, so we've still got a bunch of cool places. Yeah. Don't open that, Amira.
I don't know what I was
Don't start you.
Sorry.
It's alright.
I'm fiddling.
Just don't do it.
I tried to see how you can view how many people are watching, but I started fiddling. I'm sorry.
We do not have many people watching currently. We apparently have 2, but apparently it's also lying to us.
Yeah, because you were like, oh yeah, Nicole and Nafisa were watching, and I was like, no, I am as well.
I know, and Dedica was watching as well. So it obviously lies to some degree.
It's a YouTube thing. They tell you that your view count is at 301. It's not. They aren't catching up yet.
Yeah, something like that.
Technology.
Come on, we should do a collaborative poem. Amira, you're more awake than the rest of us. Do a writing exercise.
I am ill. I have barely any voice, and I have something awake.
Yeah, but you're Amira Saleh. You can do it.
Oh my god.
Section.
Talk about being put on the spot. Okay, so whoever's watching, go get a pen and paper first. So everybody get a pen and paper.
Okay, I got a pen, and then...
Does it have to be paper? And does it have to be... I've got pencil and the back of a chocolate wrapper.
Oh, Carlos, come on. Like, anything. Like, Jodie and Bickley used to write on the bus tickets to leave lovely letters, so you can write on anything.
There you go, then.
All right, cool.
Okay. So I'm guessing that anybody watching would have got pen and paper by now as well, Nafisa including yourself. Right on one side, I'm making this as I go along. Right on the right side of the paper.
Right on the right side.
Yeah, the top right hand corner. Write your somewhere you dream to be. Somewhere you dream to be, like nostalgic, somewhere where your mind takes.
As in a physical place.
That's completely up to you. It's poetry, Carl. It's open to interpretation.
Oh, Amira, I love your face so much.
I don't. I quietly resent your face. But let's ignore that.
Carl resents the cheekbones because he wishes he had them. I'm not this vain, guys. I sound like really vain. No, it's my way of banter, which banter means trying to be funny but not. Carlos, have you done it, or anybody else? I hope they've done it by now. On the left hand side, somewhere that makes you feel kind of the worst place, like you can't say hell or in a coffin, or like don't be so, but somewhere that physically makes you feel agitated. or mentally makes you feel claustrophobic, like agitated, frustrated. And that could be also like an actual physical space, or, you know, somebody, or I don't know. Even delve into your own mind and say, oh my God, the depth of my mind makes me feel dark. So that's the right-hand side, writing somewhere that makes you feel calm, nostalgic, somewhere you'd like to be. On the left-hand side, writing somewhere that makes you feel agitated, frustrated, angry.
You know what I think my parents' house.
Is Nafisa in the room with you? Carl?
Yeah, hello?
Uh-oh.
Is Nafisa in the room with you?
Maybe.
I can hear her. I can
I
hear
know.
her.
She's not meant to be shouting while I've got the microphone on.
Okay then. So you've got the two places. Now on a line or underneath, can you write I fear? I admire underneath.
On both sides?
No. Just anywhere. So it doesn't matter. You've got your right hand corner and your left hand corner got something, and now just start as if you'd write where you'd usually write. I fear. I admire. I love. I hate. I miss. I wish. I will. And then the last one, I want to. And then if one of you can read it back, so if anybody is watching doing the exercise and missed any.
I got a place that feels good, a place that makes you feel agitated. I've got I fear, I admire, I love, I hate, I wish, I will, and I want to.
You got the same, Katie?
Did I hear I miss?
Yep.
Is I miss in there somewhere?
Yeah.
I miss. Yeah. It's before I wish.
Yeah, okay. I think I just thought you said the same thing twice.
Yeah. Okay, so what? Then now you're just going to spend a minute finishing each sentence, but always referring back to either or one of the places that you've got at the top of the page. So it doesn't matter which place you align with one, but you align the one. You have to align one or the other place to each line. And I'll just sit here and eat my Twix.
I missed a bit of that because I got a text from Dedico. What was that? I'm putting the place, one of the two places on each line.
No. You're gonna answer that. You're gonna finish a sentence.
Uh-huh.
But you're gonna think about either or one of the places.
Okay, but I don't have to include it.
No,
All right.
No.
I fear, I fear, I fear, I fear, etc. It's a good song, man.
I Fear was a collaborative poem.
Mm-hmm.
We'll give you about 30 seconds.
Oh, good lord.
Yep. I work under pressure.
Do.
Do you know what? I tell you a little secret. I've been workshopping for about 6 years now, and I've probably never ever actually timed. So I'll say, you've got 3 minutes to do this exercise.
Thank you.
And then I'll say, you've got 30 minutes, and sometimes it can be 10, and I'll be like, okay, done, that's 30 minutes, 30 seconds over. Sometimes, like, 10 minutes later, I'm like, 30 seconds over. So, yeah, it's just under a mirror time.
I like it.
I'm going to send a Facebook out and say I am live.
Woo!
Yeah, when Amira starts actually doing the social media stuff, suddenly we get 50 new viewers. It's gonna happen, obviously.
It's
I know we've got to finish this poem, but Katie, you and I need to prep the next. We need to prep the next live stream ready to go for when Word Warriors show up. So I can't set it up from YouTube anymore. I've got to because I built it with Google Plus. No one cares, Carl. Just do part of it.
Alright, I just finished with my poem. Ooh. Yes.
Do you want to share it?
Yeah, sure. What do I read first? Because we had the
So don't read the places or yeah, just read the sentences.
Okay, cool. I fear never seeing my home again. I admire their tenacity, their unbounded love, their humility, their freedom. I love them. I hate 3 things precisely. Icebergs, for that damn Titanic thing, Nazis, because they're Nazis, and cliffhangers. This third one should be a very obvious one. I miss the forget-me-not girl. I wish I could see her. I will run next time. I want to go home. Yeah.
How did it feel? How did it feel?
Freeing. I love it. I love it.
Wow, it was gorgeous.
That was really nice. Carlos?
Hello.
Would you like to share?
Always. Alright. I fear that I'm not as strong as my distractions. I admire people who walk with straight backs in hospitals. I love huddles of grown men straining to hear one voice of a truthful child. I hate hatred. I miss climbing trees. I wish I didn't need as many things. I will never stop needing things. I want to keep going.
Nice. How did that feel?
Thank you. Really good. That was fun.
Yeah.
I need to write more.
I know, yeah, you do an exercise like this and you can...
Amira, you just need to start doing workshops as like mixtapes or something. Like, I would listen to that daily.
Yeah.
No.
I might do that actually. You know, not your standard create a CD with all my poems. I'll create a CD with workshop exercises.
See you play.
Yeah.
Oh my god. That is innovation.
Look at that.
Because it's true. Everybody either brings a book out or a CD of their own poetry. And actually, I'm not. I'm a facilitator before I am an artist. So I think, that makes it a call. That is probably the best idea you've given me in the last year.
That might be because I want you to do it for Pangaea. and I've wanted to ask you for a very long time.
I'll do that. Yeah, sorted.
Yesterday I was chatting with Rory.
Yeah.
No, I want it this year. I want you and Rory to build a CD of workshop exercises. That's exactly what I want to do.
I was going to say next year, Pangaea, to launch it, to end it, we'll create, because we'll do Converse Converge, the slam, and then having an actual CD where we can ship worldwide. Oh my god.
Yeah, no, we can definitely start looking at that.
Yes.
Mind blown. Council would love that.
Hey, we need this KCG.
Yes.
So I'm going to jump over. Social media and tell people that we're changing over. There's a few of us around now, so I don't have to do that. All right. I'm pretty sure this will stop as soon as I as soon as I leave, actually. So I guess I'll click stop broadcast now.
Yeah.
Anybody who's still watching, head on over to bit.ly/ConverseConverge3. We're going to be there in 2 minutes tops. If you can't remember that link, it's in the current video description. It's in the Facebook link. It's everywhere. I made sure it's everywhere. See you in a few minutes. Bye.